What if the shadows of our history were not mere figments of our imagination, but the restless spirits of monsters long thought to be myths? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow over a forgotten village, a chilling wind whispered secrets of the past, secrets that should have remained buried. The air crackled with tension as the villagers gathered, their faces pale with fear, eyes fixed on the ancient forest looming at the edge of town. It was said that on nights like this, when the moon hung heavy and full, the legendary beasts of old would stir from their slumber. Whispers of the ferocious Wendigo echoed through the streets, its hunger insatiable, prowling for souls to claim. The villagers exchanged nervous glances, clutching their children tighter, each heartbeat echoing the unspeakable horror that lurked just beyond the tree line. No one had dared to venture past the twisted oaks where the air turned thick and suffocating, but the stories insisted that something awaited, alive and waiting. As darkness enveloped the village, an unsettling silence took hold, as though the very fabric of reality had paused, holding its breath. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated through the air, a sound that froze the blood in their veins. It came from the woods, rich with the promise of dread. Was it just the wind, or had the monstrous legends awakened, hungry for revenge against the world that had forgotten them? In the flickering light of hastily lit lanterns, an elder stepped forward, his voice quivering yet steady. He spoke of the beast of Bray Road, a creature caught between worlds, cursed to roam the nights in search of something lost. The tales told of a time when it walked among men, a guardian turned predator, its heart twisted by betrayal. The villagers listened intently, their minds racing with the horrors depicted in the stories passed down through generations. But it was the spark of truth in the elder's eyes that ignited an inexplicable fear. Just then, a shriek shattered the stillness, piercing the night like a dagger through flesh. Panic surged as the villagers turned toward the source, a visceral reminder that danger was not merely folklore. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The old stories churned to life, seeping into reality as a shadow emerged from the forest, towering and monstrous, eyes glinting with malevolence. Gasps filled the air as the creature stepped into the moonlight, revealing scales that shimmered like polished obsidian and teeth sharp enough to rend flesh from bone. This was no mere tale spun by candlelight. It was the haunting embodiment of their nightmares. Questions hung thick in the air, each one more pressing than the last. What drove these legendary monsters to return? Were they seeking vengeance, or had they come to reclaim what was rightfully theirs? The villagers stood frozen, caught between terror and the undeniable pull of history, as the line between myth and reality blurred, promising an unforgettable confrontation that would alter the course of their lives forever. The night was only beginning, and the true horror, along with the truth of their own past, was poised to be unleashed. In the dim light of a flickering campfire, shadows danced on the faces of a group of children huddled close together, their wide eyes reflecting a mix of fear and wonder. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the faint rustle of leaves, each sound amplified in the stillness of the night. As their elder uncle began to speak, the crackling flames seemed to hush, leaning in as if eager to hear the tales of old, tales of legendary monsters that haunted the edges of their imaginations. "Long ago," he began, his voice low and steady, "when the world was still young and magic flowed through every river and tree, people believed in creatures they could not see but felt with every beat of their hearts." He paused, letting anticipation swell in the air, the children leaning closer. From the icy mountains to the deepest forests, these creatures were born from the fears and dreams of humankind. The stories of these legendary monsters were woven into the fabric of various cultures, each one a reflection of the hopes and horrors of the people who recounted them. In ancient Mesopotamia, there lurked the great Gilgamesh, a demigod whose battles against monstrous beings like the Bull of Heaven and Humbaba were not just mere tales, but warnings against hubris. His adventures were etched in stone, a testament to the struggles between man and the unknown. The thrill of his encounters resonated deeply, a reminder that while humanity stood tall, the shadows of creatures loomed large, ever waiting to reclaim their dominance. Across the sea in Greece, the tales turned darker still. The Minotaur, a beast with the body of a man and the head of a bull, was not born of nature but of punishment and betrayal. Locked in the labyrinth, it became a symbol of the twisted paths that one could take when faced with despair and betrayal. Each year, tributes were sent to feed the beast, a grim reminder of the human cost of folly. The legend thrummed with the tension of sacrifice and survival, making the very thought of navigating the labyrinth all the more horrifying. As the elders spoke, the fire crackled again, sending a shower of sparks into the night sky. The children gasped as he recounted the tale of the Wendigo, a creature born from starvation and cold, lurking in the forests of North America. It was said that the Wendigo could possess a person, driving them to madness and cannibalism. The way the winds howled through the trees was often mistaken for the whispers of the lost souls it had claimed, a haunting melody that chilled even the bravest of hearts. The children shivered, imagining the frostbitten fingers of the creature creeping ever closer, the taste of fear as palpable as the winter air. In the far reaches of the oceans, tales of mermaids captured imaginations. These enchanting beings, half woman and half fish, sang songs so beautiful that sailors were lured to their doom. But beneath their mesmerizing smiles lay danger. They were not mere sirens of the sea, but guardians of deep secrets, their tears turning into pearls as they mourned the lives lost to the depths. The allure of the sea, with its infinite possibilities and hidden horrors, became a canvas for the fears of those who dared to navigate its treacherous waves. The elder shifted, his eyes glinting with the firelight. "And then there are the dragons," he said, his voice rising with excitement. "Ancient beings of unimaginable power, they soared across skies, their scales glistening like jewels in the sun. Some were wise, hoarding knowledge like treasure, while others were ferocious, breathing fire and demanding sacrifices. To face a dragon was to confront one's greatest fear, a reflection of the battles waged within one's soul." The children held their breath, visions of dragons dancing in their minds, the thrill of danger mingling with the yearning for adventure. In Asia, the tales spun a different web. The Nian, a creature with a lion's head and a dragon's body, emerged from the mountains to feast on villagers every year, terrorizing homes and families. Yet, it was with cleverness and courage that the people learned to scare it away, painting their doors red and lighting fireworks. This duality of fear and resilience echoed through generations, reminding them that monsters could be faced even if they seemed insurmountable. The elder's voice softened, drawing the children into a reflective hush. But every monster has its origin, a story that reveals more about humanity than it does about the beasts themselves. They are not just tales of horror, they are mirrors reflecting our deepest anxieties, our unfulfilled desires, and the darkness we all carry within. The crackling of the fire filled the silence, punctuating the weight of his words. The children exchanged glances, the shadows of the monsters lingering in their minds, stirring emotions as powerful as the fear they inspired. As the night deepened, the stories flowed like the rivers that had cradled their origins. Each legend intertwined with the next, crafting a tapestry rich with history, culture, and the raw essence of humanity's struggle against the unknown. They painted pictures of worlds where monsters roamed, but also of heroes rising to meet them, forging courage from fear, transforming nightmares into legends. The elder leaned closer, his voice barely a whisper. "But beware, for these monsters may not be gone. They slumber in the corners of your mind, waiting for a chance to emerge. What you fear most may just be the beginning of the tale." The children's eyes widened, the weight of his revelation settling heavily on their small shoulders. The fire flickered, casting eerie shapes that seemed to dance just out of reach, as if echoing the very monsters they had come to know. The night air thickened with tension, wrapping around them like a cloak, inviting them to confront their own fears. The stories of legendary monsters were not just ancient myths. They pulsed with life, connecting generations through shared fears and the understanding that every culture had faced its demons. Just as the flames flickered and danced, so too did the threads of these legends weave together, binding the past with the present. With a swift gust of wind, a chill swept through the trees, rustling the leaves like a whisper of a warning. The elder smiled knowingly, for he understood that legends live on, inspiring the next generation to tell their own stories, to face their own monsters. The children sat in rapt attention, hearts racing at the thought of what lay ahead, aware that the real monsters were never far from their minds, ready to leap back into the light at any moment. In the flickering shadows of ancient caves, the air crackled with a primal energy, a promise of danger and wonder. The flick of a tail, the shimmer of scales caught in the faint light. There, hidden within the myths of early humanity, lay the first whispers of dragons. They slithered through the dreams of our ancestors, not as the fire-breathing titans of legend, but as serpentine creatures, wise and terrifying. With the first strokes of charcoal on stone, these ancient beings began their journey from mere shadow to the towering figures that would ignite imaginations for millennia. In Mesopotamia, around 4000 BCE, the Sumerians etched their stories into clay tablets. Their tales spoke of the Mushushu, a serpent-like dragon that slithered through the waters of the Euphrates, a guardian of the divine. This creature, with its elongated body and fierce visage, was not merely a beast to be feared. It was a being of immense power, associated with the goddess Ishtar. The pictures of Mushushu were unlike anything that walked the earth. It had a long, scaled body, and its head was adorned with fearsome horns. This was not just a creature, it was a symbol of the unknown, a representation of nature's fury and beauty. The very name struck terror into the hearts of those who dared to tread upon its domain. As the sun rose and fell, cultures across the world began to shape their own interpretations of these reptilian giants. In ancient Egypt, the legend of the dragon took another form, the Apep, a monstrous serpent that embodied chaos, coiled itself around the sun god Ra, challenging him in an eternal struggle. The priests would chant prayers and perform rituals, hoping to keep Apep at bay. Each night, a battle raged in the heavens, with the fate of light and darkness hanging in the balance. The fear of Apep was palpable, yet it also inspired awe, a recognition that the world was filled with forces beyond comprehension. In the heart of Asia, dragons took on a different guise, one that was steeped in reverence rather than dread. In Chinese mythology, dragons became symbols of good fortune and power. The mighty Long, with its long serpentine body and wisps of cloud-like whiskers, ruled over water and rain. Chinese emperors adorned themselves with dragon insignias, believing that the spirit of the dragon coursed through their veins, blessing the land with prosperity. This shift from fear to admiration transformed the dragon into a creature of wisdom, a being that connected heaven and earth. The same creature that once haunted nightmares now danced joyfully in festivals, a vibrant tapestry of color and life. But the evolution did not end there. As civilizations grew and expanded, the tales of dragons morphed, twisted by the hands of storytellers and the fervor of imagination. By the time the Greeks came to tell their tales, dragons had become more monstrous and terrifying than ever. In the depths of mythology, the Ladon, the serpent that guarded the golden apples of the Hesperides, wrapped itself around the tree, its many heads striking fear into any who dared approach. This dragon was no longer just a guardian, it was an obstacle, a test of strength and heroism. The heroes of old, like Heracles, would face these creatures, bringing forth tales of valor and the struggle between humanity and the formidable forces of nature. The Romans, with their penchant for conquest, also harnessed the imagery of dragons for their own narratives. Their interpretations swirled into the realm of the military, with dragons adorning the standards of armies, symbolizing strength and intimidation. The Draco, a long, serpentine creature carried into battle, was a fearsome sight that inspired loyalty and courage among soldiers. The roar of a dragon, they believed, could send shivers down the spine of their enemies. With every clash of swords, the legend of dragons grew, their fiery breath becoming the stuff of nightmares for foes and the embodiment of triumph for the conquerors. As the Middle Ages dawned, the dragon transformed yet again. Tales of knights and their quests to slay these beasts flourished in the hearts of Europe. The dragon morphed into a creature of darkness, a symbol of evil that threatened the innocent. The story of St. George battling a dragon became an archetype, a tale of good triumphing over evil. Villages trembled as creatures with scales and wings descended from the sky, becoming both the villains of the story and the canvas upon which humanity painted its fears and aspirations. Within the vast library of human history, the dragon's evolution was marked by constant change, a reflection of the cultures that shaped its image. From ancient serpents of wisdom and chaos to the fire-breathing beasts of legends, each depiction carried its own weight of emotion, fear, and fascination. The dragon was not merely a monster. It was a mirror held up to humanity's soul, revealing the darkness and light that dwelled within. As time marched on, the essence of the dragon remained intertwined with human experience. Stories began to weave together, tales from different lands converging into a tapestry of shimmering scales and flickering flames. The whispers of the ancients still echoed in the hearts of storytellers and dreamers, igniting the spark of creation within their minds. The histories of dragons merged with the fabric of humanity, each tale breathing life into the next, each creature a reminder of the shadows lurking just beyond the fire's glow. In the twilight of history, as the modern world began to take shape, the dragon's legacy persisted, morphing once again. As new tales emerged, they brought with them not just awe and dread, but understanding. The fire-breathing beasts that once inspired terror continued to evolve, reflecting the complexities of a world in flux. They became symbols of resilience, guardians of nature, and embodiments of the struggles faced by humanity itself. In every flicker of flame and every rustle of wing, the essence of the dragon endured, a vivid reminder of the emotions that bind us all together, even as the shadows of the past linger on the edges of our collective memory. Under the pale glow of a full moon, the village lay cloaked in a blanket of silence, each shadow stretching long and thin like the fears that haunted its inhabitants. In the stillness, a howl pierced the night, a sound so raw and primal it sent shivers through the very marrow of anyone awake to hear it. It echoed through the trees, weaving its way into the hearts of those who dared to listen, stirring ancient fears that had been whispered around fires for generations. The legend of the werewolf was not just a tale. It was a reflection of humanity's darkest corners, a reminder of the beast lurking within. Long before Hollywood glamorized the creature, stories of the werewolf rooted themselves in the soil of history, sprouting from the deepest fears of mankind. In medieval Europe, the fear of the werewolf thrived in the minds of people who could see their own darkness reflected in the tales. It was said that these creatures roamed the forests at night, driven by bloodlust, their human forms discarded like husks. In the flickering candlelight of that era, people believed that to transform into a beast was not merely a curse, but a glimpse into the wild side of humanity, a side that dared to break free. In 1521, Pierre Burgot and Michel de Ritter were accused of being werewolves in the French town of Dole. The accounts claimed they had made a pact with the devil, trading their souls for the power to transform at will. The trials that followed were gruesome. filled with confessions wrung from the depths of despair. Under the fiery gaze of the Inquisition, voices trembled as they recounted how they hunted with the cunning of wolves, feasting on the flesh of the innocent. The villagers, frightened and desperate to protect their own, turned on those suspected, their fear morphing into a frenzied mob mentality. The line between man and monster blurred, their humanity swallowed by the insatiable hunger for survival. As the years rolled forward, tales of werewolves spread like wildfire, fueled by fear and superstition. The legend seeped into the very fabric of society, where every shadow became a potential threat, and every rustle in the bushes sent hearts racing. The stories told in hushed tones around hearths soon transformed into public spectacles, with the infamous trials in the 16th century, where many men and women were accused of beastly transformations. The air was thick with the scent of panic, and the gallows loomed as a terrifying symbol, reminding all who heard of the consequences that awaited those who dared to stray too close to the darkness. In the remote corners of the world, where forests grew thick and secrets thrived, the werewolf took on different forms. In the icy grips of the Scandinavian night, the fearsome varulv prowled, a creature so intertwined with Norse mythology that it became a fierce protector of the wild. The tales of these beasts were not just stories, they were warnings. Beware of the darkness within, they seemed to whisper, urging the listeners to confront the chaos of their own souls. The werewolf legend also danced through the pages of history in the form of folklore from different cultures. In the Slavic regions, tales of the Vodyanoi, a werewolf-like creature rising from the depths of the rivers, haunted the dreams of fishermen and farmers alike. The stories echoed themes of transformation and duality, grappling with the idea that within every person lies the potential for both darkness and light. It was a struggle as old as time itself, reflecting an eternal battle between civility and savagery, a battle fought not only in the woods, but within the very heart of humanity. As the moon waxed and waned over centuries, the werewolf mythos evolved, shifting in shape like the shadows cast by the flickering flame of humanity's fears. The tales sharpened their teeth, becoming less about the beast and more about the nature of man. With each retelling, the werewolf became a mirror, reflecting the darkest parts of ourselves we are often too afraid to confront. The fear of losing control, of being consumed by rage, of succumbing to the primal instincts that lie dormant within, it all connected back to the legend of the werewolf. A chill hung thick in the air as villagers gathered to discuss the recent sightings of the creature at the edge of their woods. Their eyes darted nervously, and the very ground underfoot felt unstable as rumors spun like a web around them. The tale of the werewolf had transformed into a living nightmare, one that gnawed at their sanity. Murmurs of a beastly transformation echoed, stirring the restless spirits of those who had met a grisly fate. In a small, flickering tavern, a storyteller held his audience captive, weaving together threads of fear and fascination. His voice was low, gripping the listeners tightly with each syllable as he recounted the legend of a man who had been cursed to roam the earth as a wolf every night. The tavern's warmth could not chase away the chill that crept in as he spoke of blood and moonlight, of how the man had once been a kind-hearted farmer, beloved by all. But the darkness that brewed within had turned him into a beast, one who could no longer distinguish friend from foe, love from hunger. As the tale unfolded, the villagers felt a familiar unease settle within them, a visceral understanding of how close they too danced with the darkness. Outside, the moon hung heavy in the sky, and the howl that echoed again slithered into the hearts of those gathered inside the tavern. It was a sound filled with anguish and longing, a cry that begged for understanding but also warned of the chaos that lay ahead. The line between humanity and monstrosity was thinner than they had ever imagined, and as they huddled closer together, fear coursed through their veins. They were not merely listeners anymore, they were participants in a story that was still being written, one that beckoned them toward an uncertain fate. As the night deepened, the tension thickened around them, a palpable energy that hinted at something yet to come. The flickering flame of the hearth illuminated wide eyes reflecting a mix of fear and curiosity, the stories of old becoming real and present in their lives. The moon continued to rise, and with it, the creatures of the night stirred, ready to awaken the primal instincts that lay dormant within the shadows of every heart. The werewolf legend was not just a tale of beasts. It was a haunting reminder that the monster within might just be waiting for the right moment to break free. The moon hung high, casting a silver glow over a forsaken village, its streets abandoned and silent. Shadows danced beneath ancient trees, whispering tales of dread and longing. In that eerie stillness, the air grew thick with an unshakable sense of foreboding, as if the very ground breathed the name of an unspeakable creature. The villagers, once vibrant and full of life, had learned to tread lightly after the sun dipped below the horizon, for they knew that with darkness came the bloodsucker, the vampire. From ancient Mesopotamia to the frostbitten plains of Eastern Europe, the stories of these nocturnal terrors echoed through time, morphing into legends that clung to the fabric of human imagination. Blood drinkers were not merely figments of nightmares. They were woven into the history of our ancestors, haunting both the pages of dusty tomes and the recesses of human consciousness. In the dusty annals of history, the Sumerians spoke of the Ekimu, restless spirits that would haunt the living, creeping into their homes and siphoning the very essence of life. These ancient specters were not bound by the laws of the living, drifting between realms, their thirst insatiable. They were the first whispers of what would evolve into the vampire mythos, a tale of seduction and horror, of beauty intertwined with an all-consuming hunger. Fast forward to the dark ages of Europe, when the grip of superstition tightened like a vice around the throats of the frightened. In Romania, the tale of Vlad the Impaler arose, a man whose brutality became legend. His insatiable thirst for blood led him to stake enemies alive, a gruesome display that would later inspire Bram Stoker's most famous creation, Count Dracula. But even before the ink dried on Stoker's pages, the whispers of vampires had begun to fill the markets and taverns, where fear and fascination mingled like the rich aroma of spiced wine. As the sun sank, communities took to their beds, yet the stories bloomed. They spoke of the ghoul-like creatures that roamed graveyards, feasting on the flesh of the dead. It was said that when a loved one was buried, the earth would sometimes shift, revealing the ghastly truth that a vampire had risen, hungry for the warmth of the living. A chill would dance down spines at such tales, igniting imaginations and fueling a frenzy of fear that led to frantic measures. Graves were staked, corpses decapitated, and garlic strung across doorways to ward off the lurking menace. But the vampires were more than mere monsters. They were symbols of our deepest fears. They embodied the duality of human nature, the desire to love and the urge to destroy. The stories morphed across time and geography, each culture adding its own ingredients to the cauldron of mythology. In Italy, the strigoi were said to rise from their graves at night, while in Spain, the vampiro would steal the breath of the living. Each variation painted the monster with different shades of terror, yet the essence remained, a being that straddled the line between life and death, forever craving what it could not have. As the centuries turned like the pages of a forgotten book, the vampire mythos adapted and morphed. By the 18th century, tales of the undead spread like wildfire, captivating the imaginations of the aristocracy. It was a time of enlightenment, yet the fascination with bloodsuckers sizzled just beneath the surface of reason. In the dimly lit parlors of the elite, they whispered of blood rites and immortality, of the seductive pull of the dark, which beckoned with a siren's call. In France, the loup-garou tales merged the supernatural with the very real concerns of disease and despair. the Black Death had swept through Europe, taking countless lives and leaving behind a wake of fear. In that tumultuous time, the idea of vampires took on a new dimension, representing the plague and the societal breakdown that accompanied it. The image of a vampire became a reflection of loss, as grief turned into the monstrous desire to reclaim what had been lost. As Europe entered the 19th century, Gothic literature flourished, and vampires became the ultimate anti-heroes. They were no longer mere beasts, they were tragic figures, cursed by their own nature. The likes of Polidori's The Vampire and Stoker's Dracula painted these creatures in a complex light, hauntingly beautiful, irresistibly charming, yet utterly destructive. They became the embodiment of forbidden desires and repressed passions, offering a taste of danger that both terrified and thrilled. The 20th century saw vampires rise again, their popularity surging with the advent of film and pulp fiction. From the chilling visage of Nosferatu to the suave seduction of Christopher Lee's Dracula, these creatures became icons of fear and fascination. Yet, even as they graced the silver screen, their stories remained rooted in the historical fears that had spawned them. The vampire mythos was a mirror reflecting society's struggles, its lusts, its fears, and its ever-present dance with death. In the modern age, the vampire mythos continues to evolve, with tales like Twilight and True Blood. These creatures blend romance with horror, captivating a new generation. Yet, amid the shimmering allure of modern vampires, the echoes of age-old tales still resonate. They remind us of the fragility of life and the darkness that lurks just beyond the reach of daylight. The secrets of the bloodsucker remain threaded through history, a potent reminder that the monsters we create often reflect our deepest fears and darkest desires. Even now, as the village sleeps, a figure stands at the edge of the woods, watching and waiting. The moonlight glints off sharpened fangs, and the air grows heavy with anticipation. The vampire is more than a creature of the night. It is a legend born from the depths of humanity's psyche, a tale that refuses to fade. The stories, steeped in blood and longing, are far from over. The darkness beckons and the hunt is about to begin once more. In the shadow of the towering Himalayas, where the air is thin and the world seems to fade into endless white, whispers of a creature as old as the mountains themselves linger in the hearts of those who dare to venture into this frozen wilderness. The Yeti, known as the Abominable Snowman, stalks through the pages of history, leaving behind a trail of fear, fascination, and an inexplicable draw to the unknown. Legend has it that the first sightings of this mysterious being date back hundreds of years. In the early 20th century, the world was captivated by reports of towering footprints in the snow, larger than any humans, leading deeper into the jagged cliffs of the Himalayas. Sherpas, the indigenous people of these mountains, spoke in hushed tones about encounters with the creature. They described it as a giant ape-like figure, cloaked in white fur, gliding effortlessly through the snow, leaving only a hint of its presence behind. The stories varied, but a thread of terror and awe ran through them all. One tale recounted a group of mountaineers who had camped above the clouds, lulled by the quiet beauty of the stars. As night fell, the serenity shattered with the sound of deep, guttural growls echoing through the valleys. They shivered under their blankets, hearts racing, eyes darting to the entrance of their tent, wondering if they would catch a glimpse of the legendary beast. Morning light revealed only snowdrifts and silence, but the fear lingered like a shadow in their minds, forever seared into their memories. Throughout history, various cultures in the region have told of a creature resembling the Yeti. In Tibetan folklore, it is called Migoi, a guardian of the mountains, feared and respected in equal measure. Travelers would leave offerings at the foot of sacred peaks, hoping to appease this giant, believing that it held the power to protect or destroy. The Yeti was not merely a monster, it was a symbol, a reminder of the wildness of nature and the mysteries that lay beyond human understanding. The 1950s brought a wave of excitement as climbers sought to conquer the majestic peaks, drawing global attention. British explorer Eric Shipton stumbled upon a set of enormous footprints while on an expedition to Mount Everest. His photographs sent shockwaves through the scientific community, reigniting interest in the creature. The footprints, measuring nearly 12 inches long, sparked debates that echoed through halls of academia and beyond. Were they real? Could they belong to a previously unknown species? Or were they simply the product of overactive imaginations? As researchers flocked to the Himalayas, the line between myth and reality blurred. The creature became an icon of adventure, inspiring films and books, fueling dreams of discovery. Yet, the more people sought the Yeti, the more elusive it became. Each expedition returned with tales of snowstorms, treacherous paths, and eerie sensations of being watched. Reports of sightings faded, leaving behind only the chilling echoes of the mountains, as if the Yeti was deliberately concealing itself, playing a game of cat and mouse with mankind. Not all encounters ended with a chance to flee or forget. In 1970, a group of scientists encountered a haunting presence on the slopes of Makalu, one of the highest peaks in the world. Camped under a sky painted with stars, they awoke to see their tents shredded and supplies scattered. Tracks led away into the darkness, vast and deep, far too large to belong to any known animal. The fear of what had invaded their camp turned into a dread that clung to their minds. Whispering that they were being watched, hunted perhaps by something ancient and unfathomable. The Yeti has even woven itself into the fabric of spirituality. In monasteries nestled against the mountains, monks chant prayers to honor the earth and the creatures that roam it. They believe the Yeti is a protector, a guardian of the sacred lands. As they meditate, the stories of the creature swirl around them, reinforcing the bond between man and nature, both fragile and fierce. The Yeti embodies the spirit of the mountains, a reminder of the power and unpredictability of the natural world. However, tales of the Yeti have not escaped the grasp of skepticism. With the rise of technology and modern exploration, many have tried to debunk the myth, attributing sightings to misidentified animals or the tricks of light playing over the snow. Yet, with each explanation, the allure only grows, drawing new adventurers to the peaks, eager to uncover the truth for themselves. The Yeti remains a symbol of what we cannot see, a testament to the mysteries that lie beyond our understanding. Amidst the countless stories, one thing remains clear: the Yeti is more than just a creature of legend. It is a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and desires, the yearning for adventure, the thrill of the unknown, and the reverence for nature's untamed beauty. As the sun sets behind the mountains, casting long shadows over the snow, one can almost hear the soft crunch of footsteps in the distance, a reminder that the Yeti is never truly gone, lurking just beyond the edge of our imagination. In the chill of the Himalayan winds, one can still sense the heartbeat of the mountain. The stories of the Yeti intertwine with the very fabric of the land, where each flake of snow holds a secret. And every whisper of the wind carries a tale yet untold. The hunt for the truth continues, and as long as there are mountains, there will be stories of the abominable snowman, beckoning adventurers with the promise of discovery and the thrill of the unknown, forever keeping the legend alive. The moon hung low over the quiet hills of Puerto Rico, its silver light casting ghostly shadows across the terrain. The stillness of the night was pierced by the frantic bleating of goats, their panic echoing through the air like a warning bell. In the distance, a dark figure slipped between the trees, moving with a speed that sent shivers down the spines of those who caught a glimpse of it. This was no ordinary creature. It was the chupacabra, a name that would haunt the island and beyond for decades. The story of the chupacabra began in the early 1990s in a small town called Canovanas. Farmers awoke to find their livestock drained of blood, their bodies left limp and lifeless under the glow of the same moon that now illuminated the hills. Eyewitness accounts describe the beast as a spiny creature, standing 3 to 4 feet tall, with glowing red eyes and a mouth full of sharp fangs. Some said it walked on 2 legs. Others insisted that it scurried like a wild animal, leaving behind nothing but the scent of fear. Maria, a local goat farmer, was among the first to report the creature's terrifying presence. One fateful night, she heard her goats crying out in distress. Panic surged through her veins as she rushed outside, the chill of the night wrapping around her like a cold embrace. She stumbled upon the scene. Her favorite goat, a strong and lively creature named Bella, lay motionless next to the fence, a pool of dark crimson seeping into the soil beneath her. Heart-pounding, Maria scanned the area, her breath hitching as she noticed strange tracks leading away into the underbrush. The villagers gathered to discuss the horror. Rumors spread like wildfire. Was it a genetic experiment gone wrong? A creature awakened from the depths of the forest? People shared stories handed down through generations, tales of mythical beings that prowled the night. Each account added layers to the legend, creating a tapestry of fear that wrapped around the community. As the weeks turned into months, more livestock fell victim to the chupacabra. Farmers began to keep watch, vigilant under the twinkling stars, but the creature was cunning, slipping through their defenses like a shadow. The tension in the village became palpable, the air thick with dread and uncertainty. Children whispered to each other about the beast, clutching their stuffed animals tightly as they peered out their windows, searching for signs of the monster that seemed to be stalking the night. Then came the day when Javier, a skeptical journalist, decided to investigate the claims. Determined to debunk what he believed to be mere superstition, he ventured into the heart of the countryside, armed only with a pad of paper, a camera, and a waning sense of confidence. He interviewed frightened farmers, listened to their trembling voices recounting their encounters, and found himself increasingly uneasy. The weight of their fear pressed down on him, heavy as a storm cloud. That night, Javier parked his truck near a goat farm, ready to capture evidence of the chupacabra. As darkness enveloped the land, he turned on his camera, the red light blinking ominously in the silence. Every rustle of leaves sent jolts of adrenaline coursing through him. Suddenly, a guttural growl echoed from behind him. Javier whipped around, heart racing. There it was, the creature lurking in the shadows, its eyes reflecting the camera's light like 2 burning coals. His breath caught in his throat. It was as if the stories of old had come to life in front of him. The chupacabra lunged, and in that split second, time seemed to freeze. Javier stumbled backward, fear flooding his senses. The beast was closer than he had ever imagined, its sharp teeth glistening in the moonlight. He turned and ran, the pounding of his heart blending with the sound of his footsteps echoing in the night. Behind him, a roar split the air, a primal sound that spoke of hunger and terror. As he reached his truck, Javier fumbled with the keys, his hands trembling. He could almost feel the creature's hot breath on his neck, a chilling reminder of the danger lurking just beyond the safety of metal and glass. With one final desperate glance back, he caught sight of the chupacabra, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly hunger. He jumped into the driver's seat just as the beast lunged forward, and with a roar of the engine he sped off into the night, leaving behind the echoes of a nightmare. Word of his encounter spread quickly through the village, igniting a renewed fear among the farmers. Some dismissed Javier's tale as mere exaggeration, but others felt a chill at the back of their necks, a feeling that the beast was not just a figment of their imaginations, but a living threat, lurking in the shadows. With each passing night, the tension grew. Farmers formed patrols, armed with torches and makeshift weapons, determined to confront the monster. The community was united by fear, and yet whispers of doubt began to creep in. What if the chupacabra was not just a beast, but something more, a manifestation of their deepest fears, something that thrived on their collective anxiety? As the moon waxed and waned, the chupacabra's legend only grew, entwining itself with the very fabric of Puerto Rican culture. Even as reports of livestock deaths dwindled, the stories persisted, passed down from one generation to the next. Festivals celebrated the strange beast, with masks and costumes that echoed its fearsome appearance, an acknowledgement of the terror that had gripped the island and a reminder of the bond it forged within the community. Yet, in the shadows, the true nature of the chupacabra remained elusive, a lingering question that haunted every whispered conversation. Was it really just a creature from the dark, or was it a reflection of something deeper within themselves? The line between myth and reality blurred, leaving a chilling sense of uncertainty. As the sun began to rise, casting golden rays over the land, the villagers were left with more than just the memories of fear. They had forged a connection, a shared experience that would bind them together through the ages. The chupacabra was no longer just a beast. It had become a symbol, a reminder that sometimes the things that scare us the most can also bring us closer together. And as they stood on the precipice of a new day, the stories continued to echo in their hearts, waiting for the next night, the next whisper of wind, the next shadow to stir in the darkness. In the dim light of a stormy night, a ship rocked violently on the unforgiving waves, its crew huddled together, eyes wide with fear. Thunder rumbled like a monstrous growl, and a chill raced down their spines as the water churned ominously around them. In those furious depths, an ancient terror stirred, a creature of legend that sent shivers through the bravest of souls. It was the Kraken, the fabled sea monster that dwelled in the darkest corners of the ocean, waiting for the moment to claim its next victim. For centuries, sailors whispered tales of the Kraken, a creature so colossal it could wrap its tentacles around a ship and drag it into the abyss. These stories were more than mere fables. They were warnings passed down through generations. The Kraken was born from the depths of human fear, a manifestation of the unknown lurking beneath the waters. The Norse sagas spoke of it as a giant, an enormous octopus or squid that haunted the coasts of Norway and Greenland, its presence felt in the crashing waves and loud roars of the sea. In the 18th century, the Kraken found its way into the pages of literature, becoming a symbol of the vast, uncharted territories of the ocean. The great philosopher and naturalist Carl Linnaeus even classified the creature, giving it the name cephalopod. His fascination with the mysterious deep seemed to mirror the collective anxiety of a world that knew so little about what lay beneath the surface. As ships set sail into the vast, blue expanse, they carried with them both ambition and dread. Many sailors had seen the wake of the Kraken, a disturbance on the water that signaled impending doom. With each wave that crashed against the hull, a sense of panic ignited. Those who survived spoke of monstrous tentacles that reached out from the depths, slick and glistening like sinuous serpents, ready to ensnare the unwary. But what gave the Kraken its power over the hearts of men was not only its size, but the very idea that it was a force of nature, an unstoppable embodiment of chaos and fear. It became a reflection of humanity's own vulnerabilities. The cold, dark water mirrored our deepest anxieties, and the Kraken thrived in that darkness, feeding off the terror it inspired. On nights when the storm clouds rolled in and the lightning cracked across the sky, many a sailor found solace in the stories of their ancestors. One such tale told of a ship that dared to sail too close to the fabled waters of the Kraken. The crew, emboldened by drink and bravado, mocked the legends, laughing at the very thought of such a creature. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and the mist rolled in, their laughter turned to screams. The Kraken emerged, its massive tentacles rising from the depths, each one slapping the water like thunder. The ship splintered like dry wood, and the ocean swallowed the crew whole, leaving only silence in its wake. In the years that followed, the Kraken's legend grew, transforming into a symbol of man's struggle against the untamable forces of nature. Artists painted dramatic scenes of ships being dragged under waves, while poets penned verses that captured the essence of fear and awe. The Kraken was no longer just a monster, it became a part of the human experience, a reminder of the fragility of life and the power of the sea. Historians sifted through old maritime logs and journals, piecing together accounts of encounters with this behemoth of the deep. Most were riddled with terror and confusion, descriptions of swirling waters and the sounds of splintering wood. Some accounts spoke of sailors who claimed to have seen the Kraken's eyes, deep and unyielding, filled with a wisdom that belied centuries of existence beneath the waves. Were they witnessing nature's wrath, or was it simply the manifestation of their own fears? Even the great Charles Darwin, in his voyages aboard the HMS Beagle, couldn't escape the allure of the Kraken. He pondered the existence of such a creature, linking it to the adaptability of life in the ocean's depths. Could it be that the Kraken was not just a monster, but an evolutionary marvel, a reminder of the mysteries that still lay undiscovered beneath the surface? As tales of the Kraken spread, so did the belief that it was not just an enemy, but a guardian of the ocean. Fishermen began to offer prayers and sacrifices to appease the beast, hoping to earn its favor. They spoke of the Kraken as both destroyer and protector, embodying the duality of nature itself, a force that could nurture or annihilate, depending on humanity's respect for the sea. With the rise of exploration and naval power, the Kraken's legend endured, but it also transformed. The great battles of the seas were fought not just against rival nations, but against the very essence of the wild unknown. The Kraken became a metaphor for the fight against the uncontrollable, a representation of the struggles faced by those who dared to conquer the ocean. The rise of technology and the advent of the modern age brought with it a new wave of skepticism. Scientific advancements began to unravel the mysteries of the ocean, revealing the true creatures that swam beneath. Yet, even as men delved deeper into the waters, the Kraken remained, a ghost of legend haunting the edges of their curiosity. It mocked the idea that everything could be known, reminding humanity that some mysteries are destined to endure. As the winds howled outside, the crew aboard the old ship braced themselves against the storm, eyes scanning the horizon for signs of the beast. They had heard the stories and felt the chill of fear in their bones. With each crash of the waves, the Kraken's shadow loomed larger in their minds, an ever-present reminder of the abyss that lay beneath them. Would they be swallowed whole, or would they emerge to write their own tale? The answer lingered in the depths, tangled in a web of uncertainty, waiting for the moment to reveal itself. The sun dipped low over the jagged mountains of Persia, casting long shadows on the dry earth. In a small village, nestled between whispering winds and ancient stones, a tale was about to unfold, one that would send shivers down the spines of even the bravest men. Children huddled close to the flickering flames of their fires, eyes wide as the elders began to speak in hushed tones. There, in the flicker of firelight, the legend of the Manticore came to life, a creature born from nightmares, half man and half beast, with a face that twisted into a haunting smile. As the storyteller's voice danced through the air, it was said that the Manticore once roamed the vast deserts of Persia, a land filled with rich culture, vibrant colors, and a history that stretched back centuries. With the body of a lion, the tail of a scorpion, and a countenance that bore the visage of a man, the Manticore was a symbol of the duality of nature, a confluence of beauty and terror. Its eyes, deep and penetrating, held secrets that could ensnare the hearts of those who dared to gaze into them. The villagers would whisper about its swift movements, like a shadow flickering just beyond reach. A hunter, brave and proud, once ventured into the heart of the desert to seek out this creature, driven by tales of its unmatched ferocity and the gold that lay hidden in the sands where it roamed. The night before his departure, he dreamt of the beast, and in the dream, the Manticore spoke to him, its voice like honey dipped in poison. "Seek me not, for you will find only despair," it warned, but the hunter's heart was set. Greed can blind even the most cautious soul. As days turned to nights and the moon cast an ethereal glow, the hunter pressed onward, leaving trails of dust and echoes of his daring laughter. Yet he could not shake the feeling that the very air around him was thick with anticipation, an unshakable sense that something was watching him from the shadows. The desert, once a sprawling sea of golden dunes, morphed into a labyrinth of unknown terrors. Each step he took echoed with the whispers of the villagers, tales of the manticore's insatiable hunger and the souls it had claimed. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, and a low growl rumbled in the distance. The hunter's heart raced, pumping with fear and excitement. He spotted a flicker of movement, a flash of gold and a glint of something sharp. Before he could react, the manticore emerged, its form both magnificent and horrifying. The lion's body glistened in the moonlight, powerful muscles rippling beneath its fur, while its scorpion tail arched menacingly, ready to strike. The face, hauntingly human, wore an expression that defied all logic, a smile that sent chills down the hunter's spine, a mockery of both beauty and horror. "Why do you disturb my slumber?" the manticore asked, its voice reverberating like thunder. "What foolishness drives you to seek me out?" The hunter instinctively stepped back, the weight of realization crashing over him. This was not merely a beast, it was a creature woven from the fabric of mankind's deepest fears and desires. The battle between life and death danced in the air, palpable and fierce. "I am here for glory," he called out, though his voice quivered. "To claim your power and riches." The manticore laughed, a sound that echoed through the empty sands, vibrating with an ancient wisdom. "You seek riches in gold, but what you will find is a treasure of a different sort. I offer knowledge, the kind that binds the strong and weak alike. Are you prepared for the truth, O brave hunter?" The hunter's heart raced as the tension in the air thickened. With a flick of its tail, the manticore sliced the very fabric of reality, revealing visions of souls lost to greed and ambition, of empires that had crumbled under the weight of their own desires. Each image clawed at the hunter's heart, a poignant reminder of the fragility of human existence. In that moment, the hunter began to understand. The manticore was a creature of duality, a reflection of humanity itself, of light and darkness entwined. The stories told in the village were woven with threads of truth and myth, each warning unheeded by those who sought only their own glory. The hunter's bravado faltered, and fear seeped into his bones like ice. "What do you want from me?" he whispered, voice barely a breath. "Not all treasures are made of gold," the manticore replied, its tone softening. "To know yourself is to conquer the greatest beast of all." With that, the desert shifted around him, and the hunter glimpsed his own reflection in the eyes of the creature, a man caught between ambition and humility. But before clarity could settle within him, the sands erupted at their feet, and the hunter found himself falling into a whirlwind of chaos. The manticore's laughter rang in his ears, an eerie melody that tugged at the edges of his sanity. Was this a test? A cruel game played by a creature that understood humanity far too well? The hunter's world spiraled as visions of his past mistakes flooded his mind, the faces of those he had trampled for his own gain. As the storm of emotions swirled, he reached out, clutching at the phantoms of his memories, desperate for escape. Within the chaos, the manticore's presence loomed, a constant reminder of the choices that lay before him. This was not merely a face-off with a beast, but a confrontation with his very soul. The line between hunter and hunted blurred, and he was left trembling on the precipice of revelation, teetering between redemption and despair. And as the sands began to settle, the manticore watched with piercing eyes, waiting to see if the hunter could truly face the beast within, the reflection that would either liberate him or seal his fate forever. In the flickering torchlight, shadows danced upon the cold stone walls, whispering secrets of despair and dread. These walls formed a a twisting puzzle crafted with cruel precision, concealing within it a creature so terrible that even the bravest hearts quivered at the thought. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and fear, a palpable tension that seemed to pulse in time with the heartbeat of the labyrinth itself. Every breath taken here was an echo of the stories that had come before, stories of heroes and sacrifices, of blood and fear. The Minotaur, a beast born of both man and bull, was a nightmarish symbol of what lay within. With the head of a bull and the body of a man, he roamed the shadowy corridors, his hooves thundering against the stone, a warning to anyone who dared to venture into his domain. His existence was a cruel twist of fate, a punishment for the sins of his mother, Pasiphae, who, cursed by the gods, gave birth to this horrifying offspring. The whispers of the townsfolk haunted the air, tales of the monstrous guardian who awaited anyone foolish enough to seek the truth hidden in the labyrinth's depths. With every turn of the path, the walls seemed to close in tighter, suffocating hope and igniting despair. The echo of footsteps could be heard, faint and distant, mingling with the sound of a heavy, labored breath. Those who had entered the labyrinth before him had vanished, leaving only echoes behind, their cries swallowed by the hungry stone. The very stones seemed to hum with a life of their own, resonating with the fear that permeated the air. Each corner turned was an invitation to the unknown, to the unspeakable. As the first rays of dawn barely kissed the entrance, a young hero named Theseus stepped into the maze, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. Armed with nothing but courage and the thread of Ariadne, he felt the weight of his fate pressing down upon him. The thread, delicate yet strong, symbolized hope, the only thing that could lead him back from the abyss. Yet, as he moved deeper into the labyrinth, the shadows twisted and morphed, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent, creeping into his mind like a dark fog. Every turn made him question his sanity. Was the Minotaur truly lurking just beyond sight, or was it merely the manifestation of his own fears? The air was electric, laden with the promise of confrontation. The labyrinth was not just a maze of stone. It was a reflection of his soul, filled with doubts, regrets, and the chilling uncertainty of what lay ahead. Each footstep echoed with the remnants of those who had come before, brave souls who had faced the Minotaur and lost, their stories forever trapped within the walls. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated through the passages, a sound that sent shivers down Theseus's spine. It was deep and primal, resonating with an ancient hunger that spoke of the beast's insatiable wrath. He froze, instincts screaming at him to flee. But as he stood there, paralyzed by fear, he realized the labyrinth had offered him a choice: to confront the beast and his own demons, or to turn back and abandon hope. The choice weighed heavily, but the thread of Ariadne tugged gently at his heart, urging him to continue. Each step became a battle against the trepidation clawing at his insides, each breath a reminder of the beast's proximity. The labyrinth twisted and turned, a cruel reflection of fate itself, leading him deeper into darkness. As he ventured further, the growls transformed into a haunting melody, a tragic echo of the Minotaur's own sorrow, a lament for a life stolen by fate. Was the creature truly monstrous, or just a victim of the gods' cruel games? In a terrifying moment, the shadows coalesced into a colossal figure, half man, half bull, standing before him like a dark sentinel. The Minotaur's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, a mix of intelligence and primal rage. Silence fell, thick with dread, as the two locked eyes, the weight of their fates hanging in the balance. The air crackled with tension as time seemed to halt, the labyrinth holding its breath, waiting for the clash that would determine their destinies. Theseus's mind raced, thoughts colliding like thunder in a storm. He remembered the sacrifices made by his people, the blood spilled in tribute to this monster. Each life taken, each scream silenced, he felt the pulse of history thrumming through the very walls that surrounded him. With a heart pounding in tandem with the looming threat, he tightened his grip on his sword, his resolve hardening into steel. The Minotaur charged forward, a whirlwind of fury and terror. Theseus barely had time to react, dodging the beast's powerful horns as they grazed the air with a deadly swiftness. The labyrinth became a battlefield, each step a dance of survival, the stakes increasing with every heartbeat. As they clashed, the ground shook beneath them. The roar of the Minotaur echoing like thunder, each growl resonating with the primal fear that had gripped so many before. In that moment, the labyrinth transformed into a living entity, pulsating with the emotions of its past. Every scream, every cry for mercy seemed to echo through the stone walls, merging with the struggle of the present. The weight of history pressed down on Theseus, threatening to engulf him as he fought not just for his life, but for the lives lost within this cursed maze. The monstrous guardian that stood before him was not just his foe. It was a manifestation of generations of pain, a testament to the cruelty of fate itself. But hope flickered like a candle flame in the darkness, a promise of light amidst the chaos. With each clash, with every desperate dodge, the labyrinth whispered its secrets. If he could just remember the path he had taken, the thread would guide him back. And as the fight raged on, the very essence of the maze began to shift, revealing the intertwining fates of the hunter and the hunted, the hero and the beast, each locked in a dance of destiny that would ripple through time. In the stillness of a moonlit night, when the air hangs heavy with an unspoken weight, a haunting wail pierces the peace, curling through the village like smoke. It's a sound that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, a chilling reminder of what is to come. The banshee, with her long flowing hair and tattered gray cloak, glides silently through the shadows, her mournful cries heralding the end of a life. The very essence of sorrow, she symbolizes the thin veil between the living and the dead, a messenger of fate who brings with her a sense of impending doom. In Irish folklore, the banshee is a figure steeped in mystery and fear. She is not merely a spirit, but a harbinger of death, associated with families of noble lineage. Many believe she is a descendant of the ancient Tuatha De Danann, the magical race said to have inhabited Ireland before the arrival of the Celts. Her cries are as unique as the families she watches over, each note infused with the weight of grief and the sadness of loss. Those who hear her lament understand that she is not simply a figure of terror, but a somber reminder of mortality. Stories of the banshee have echoed through time, passed down from generation to generation. In the quiet corners of old cottages, elders share tales by flickering candlelight. They speak of nights when the banshee's wail swept through the fields, sending shivers down spines. One such tale tells of a farmer named Aidan, who, on the eve of his daughter's wedding, heard the heart-wrenching cry. It pierced through the joyous laughter and clinking glasses, drowning out the music. A hush fell over the gathering as Aidan's heart sank. The banshee had come for him. He could feel it in his bones, the dread wrapping around him like a tightening noose. The very idea that the banshee could appear at any moment, her voice curling around one's ears like a mist, stirs a primal fear. Her presence signifies not just the end of life, but the unraveling of joy and the shadowing of hope. Each family, it is said, has a banshee watching over them, waiting for the moment when her lament will echo across the hills. To hear her cry is to know that death is near, lurking just beyond the horizon, ready to claim its next soul. In times past, villagers would gather together, sharing stories of their encounters with the banshee. One such tale spoke of a young boy named Sean, who, while playing near a river, caught sight of a shimmering figure in the water. Her hair flowed like silk and her eyes glistened with tears. She beckoned to him, her voice a gentle whisper, yet the sorrow in her gaze was unmistakable. Sean ran home, terror gripping his heart, for he had heard the tales that warned of the banshee's presence. Later that night, the sound of wailing echoed through the village and Sean learned that a beloved neighbor had passed away. The banshee has many forms, each one resonating with the essence of despair. Some say she appears as an old woman, her face lined with sorrow. Others picture her as a beautiful maiden, her grief echoing in the beauty of her features. Regardless of her form, she embodies the same message, a warning, a lament, a reminder of the fragility of life. In her cries, one can almost hear the whispers of those who have come before. The lost souls who wander between worlds, held captive by their unfinished stories. As the sun sets and darkness falls, the air turns electric with anticipation. The banshee's cry might ring out at any moment. It is the sound of someone's heart breaking, the echo of loss that reverberates across the ages. Even in the bustling towns, the nervous glances exchanged between neighbors hint at the deeper fears that lie beneath the surface. Who will the banshee choose? Which life will soon be extinguished? History tells of entire clans that would mourn together, unified in their shared grief. Some would leave offerings at sacred sites, hoping to appease the banshee and delay her call. Others would wear black as a sign of respect, a way to honor the lives touched by her presence. The act of mourning became a communal experience, binding them together in the face of inevitable sorrow. Yet not all encounters with the banshee are shrouded in fear. Some families believe her presence is a sign of protection, a way for their ancestors to watch over them. A woman named Maeve once heard the banshee's cry the night before her mother passed. Instead of terror, she felt a strange sense of calm, as if the banshee had come to guide her mother gently into the afterlife. Maeve spoke softly to her siblings that night, trying to instill a sense of understanding that death, while painful, could also be a beautiful passage. The legends grow richer in the telling, each encounter more vivid than the last. As the night deepens, those stories are woven into the very fabric of life. The banshee, ever watchful, remains a constant reminder that love and loss are intertwined, each emotion echoing through the ages like her mournful song. Villagers continue to glance over their shoulders on quiet evenings, half expecting the ghostly figure to appear, a shadowy whisper in the night. With each passing year, the connection to the banshee persists, a thread linking the living to those who have gone before. It is a reminder that while death may take away our loved ones, the bonds of love remain unbroken. And as the moonlight bathes the earth in a silver glow, the banshee's wail continues to resonate, a haunting melody that weaves through the hearts of all who hear it, never truly fading, always echoing, always waiting for the next soul to join her mournful song. Under the canopy of an ancient cherry blossom tree, petals danced like whispers of forgotten secrets. The air was thick with the sweet scent of spring, yet an undercurrent of tension crackled like static, hinting at the magic that flickered just beyond the veil of reality. In Japan, foxes are more than mere creatures of the forest. They are harbingers of mystery, shapeshifters whose very presence can send shivers down the spine. Here, the kitsune reigns, a fox spirit woven into the fabric of history, folklore, and the hearts of the people. Long ago, when the world was still young, the kitsune was revered as a protector and a bringer of prosperity. They were said to be the messengers of Inari, the rice deity, with shimmering fur and eyes that sparkled with ancient wisdom. Villagers would offer rice and sake at shrines, hoping to win favor and secure bountiful harvests. The relationship between humans and kitsune was one of delicate balance, a dance of trust and caution. For each act of kindness bestowed upon them could lead to a reward, but betrayal could summon their wrath, fierce and unyielding. One moonlit night, a young farmer named Haruto found himself gazing up at the silvery orb in the sky, feeling the weight of his family's struggles pressing heavily on his shoulders. His crops had withered under the relentless sun, and the whispers of his neighbors had grown sharp and cruel. Walking through the woods, he stumbled upon a glimmering fox with striking fur, its eyes alight with an otherworldly glow. Haruto, heart pounding in his chest, remembered the tales of the kitsune. Was this creature a blessing or a curse? As he approached, the fox tilted its head, studying him with a gaze that seemed to pierce his very soul. In that moment, Haruto felt a strange connection, an understanding that transcended words. The fox stepped forward, and with a flick of its bushy tail, it transformed into a beautiful woman, adorned in flowing robes, her hair cascading like a waterfall of moonlight. Haruto's breath caught in his throat. He had heard stories of kitsune who could take human form, but standing before him was a living embodiment of legend. "Your heart is burdened," she said, her voice melodic yet holding a haunting lilt. "You seek prosperity, but what are you willing to sacrifice?" The question hung in the air, charged with unspoken possibilities. Haruto, entranced, felt the weight of his desperation. He was willing to do anything to save his family. The woman smiled, a slow curve that held both promise and danger. "If you pledge your loyalty to me, I will give you the harvest you seek." He hesitated, sensing the shadows that flickered behind her enchanting visage. Kitsune were known for playing tricks, their cleverness often leading to unforeseen consequences. But the thought of his family's hunger gnawed at him, and with a shaky breath, he nodded in agreement. As weeks passed, the land flourished under the kitsune's watchful gaze. Fields overflowed with golden rice, and Haruto's fortunes turned. But with each bounty came strange occurrences. Neighbors seemed to vanish in the night, whispers echoed through the fields, and shadows lengthened in the twilight. Haruto felt the grip of unease tighten around him. What had he unleashed in his quest for prosperity? On another fateful night, drawn by an inexplicable pull, he ventured back into the woods. There, beneath the cherry blossom tree, the kitsune awaited him, her eyes shimmering like stars. "You have prospered," she said, her voice smooth as silk yet sharpened by darker edge. "But what do you value most?" Her question echoed, reverberating through his mind like the tolling of a distant bell. "I value my family," he replied, though doubt crept into his heart. "I only wanted to protect them." The kitsune stepped closer, her form blurring, shifting in and out of reality. "To protect is to possess. To possess is to lose. Choose wisely, Haruto." With those words, she vanished, leaving him alone with the weight of an impossible decision. Days turned into weeks, and the once vibrant fields began to wither. The villagers grew suspicious, their laughter replaced by murmurs of fear. Haruto found himself haunted by visions of the fox, her eyes gleaming with mischief, the promise of fortune turning into a nightmare. He realized too late that kitsune were not just protectors, they were tricksters, weaving fate with playful cruelty. In the dead of night, desperation clawed at his insides, urging him to confront the kitsune once more. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, he called for her, his voice trembling. When she appeared, the air thickened with anticipation. "You returned," she said, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "What have you to offer now?" "I seek a way to break this curse," he pleaded, his heart pounding with fear. "I didn't understand the cost." Her laughter filled the air, sweet yet chilling. "The price is steep, Haruto. To reclaim your family's honor, you must give up something dear." "What must I surrender?" he asked, panic rising. "Your very self," she whispered, eyes glistening like shards of glass. "Your memories, your love, your essence. In exchange, the land will bloom again." Haruto staggered back. The weight of her words pressed down, squeezing the air from his lungs. To save his family, he would have to lose himself completely. The moon hung high, illuminating the tension that bound them. As Haruto wrestled with the decision, the laughter of children echoed in his ears, the faces of his family flickering in his mind. He realized that the kitsune's laughter masked a deeper truth. one that resonated with the very essence of his being. As the petals fell like tears from the cherry blossom tree, the air around them hummed with unresolved tension. The moonlight cast long shadows, hinting at the choices yet to be made, choices that would ripple through time and memory, forever altering the fate of the farmer and the fox spirit. With the past weighing heavily on his heart, the future loomed, shimmering with both promise and peril. And as the night deepened, the dance continued, drawing closer to an inevitable reckoning, where the boundaries between man and spirit blurred and the echoes of ancient pacts whispered through the leaves. In a time long past, when gods strolled the earth and monsters lurked in the shadows, there lay a tale so chilling that it echoed through the ages. Medusa, once a beautiful maiden with flowing hair that danced in the wind, now embodied a curse that echoed the wrath of the divine. Her name whispered through the streets of ancient Greece, a warning etched into the hearts of those who dared to speak of her. Medusa's transformation was born from jealousy, a bitter seed planted by the goddess Athena. The goddess, fierce and proud, could not abide the beauty of a mortal, no matter how innocent. In a twist of fate, Medusa found herself trapped in a nightmare. Her once glistening locks turned to serpents, each one alive and squirming, each one ready to strike. Her gaze, once filled with warmth, now held a power so potent that it could turn the flesh of the living to cold, unyielding stone. Tales of Medusa spread like wildfire, igniting fear in the hearts of brave warriors and timid villagers alike. It was said that those who dared to look upon her would be turned into statues, forever frozen in expressions of terror or despair. The ground trembled beneath the weight of such stories, and the shadows of her lurking presence cast a pall over the land. People shivered at the thought of her gaze, a glance that could shatter dreams and hopes, turning vibrant life into memories etched in granite. Some spoke of her lair, hidden away in the corner of the world, where sun could not reach and light dared not tread. It was said that even the bravest souls faltered at the mere thought of facing her. Yet, lurking behind the stories of horror was a thread of compassion. Medusa was not merely a monster, she was a victim of cruel fate and divine jealousy, trapped in a form that none could comprehend. Her heart ached beneath the layers of her cursed skin, a longing for what once was, a life filled with laughter, love, and joy. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, the air grew thick with tension. Heroes gathered, men boasting of their strength and valor, each dreaming of the glory that would come from defeating the beast. They spoke of the riches that lay beyond Medusa's lair, treasures turned to stone beside lifeless forms, brave souls who had tried and failed to conquer her. Each warrior told tales of the golden armor, the shimmering jewels, all now trapped in a silent world, their cries lost to time. But there was one among them whose heart beat with a different rhythm. Perseus, a young hero with the blood of gods coursing through his veins, felt a pull towards Medusa that few could understand. He listened to the tales, but instead of fear, he felt a strange sense of pity. In his heart, he grappled with the weight of destiny, torn between the glory of slaying a monster and the empathy for a once innocent soul. Armed with a shield polished to a mirror shine, Perseus set forth into the darkness, the whispers of the night wrapping around him like a shroud. Every step echoed in his mind, a reminder of the peril that lay ahead. The path twisted and turned, leading him deeper into the heart of the unknown, where shadows danced and the air grew cold. The stories of her petrifying gaze filled his thoughts, warning him not to look directly into her eyes. But what if he could see beyond the monster? What if he could glimpse the sorrow hidden beneath the surface? As he approached the lair, a chill crept down his spine. The ground was littered with fragments of stone, remnants of the brave souls who once dared to confront Medusa. Their faces, frozen in fear, seemed to implore him to turn back. But Perseus pressed onward, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. He could feel Medusa's presence, her sorrow weaving through the very air he breathed. Suddenly, there she stood, a figure shrouded in shadows but unmistakably haunting. Her serpents writhed and hissed, a cacophony of hisses filling the air. But as their eyes met, Perseus felt an unexpected tug at his heart. Medusa's eyes were not just filled with rage and despair, they held a glimmer of pain, of a life torn apart by jealousy and betrayal. Her beauty, though twisted and hidden, still radiated beneath the horror of her transformation. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The world outside faded, leaving only the two of them locked in a silent battle of wills. Perseus raised his shield, not just to protect himself but to reflect the truth of her existence, the agony of being trapped, the longing for freedom. He did not want to be another warrior seeking glory. He wanted to understand the tragedy that was Medusa. But the air crackled with tension, and the moment shattered. Medusa's serpents lunged, their fangs bared and ready to strike. Perseus, with his heart racing, raised the shield and turned away, avoiding the petrifying gaze that could turn him to stone. He fought through the chaos of emotion, grappling with the essence of life and death, beauty and horror. The battle raged on, a tumultuous dance of fear and understanding, pain and empathy. Each clash of metal against stone echoed like a heartbeat, resonating with the weight of fate that hung in the air. Every move he made was shaped by the knowledge that he could not just end her life, but perhaps, in some small way, he could acknowledge the humanity that flickered within the monster. Outside her lair, the world stood still, holding its breath, waiting for the outcome of this clash between a hero and a cursed soul. The tension was palpable, a thick fog settling over the land, as if the earth itself was waiting for a resolution. Would Medusa be doomed to remain a Gorgon, her beauty forever hidden beneath the scales? Would Perseus be yet another name on the list of those who fell to her curse? As the shadows twisted and turned around them, the line between monster and victim blurred, holding within it the weight of both myth and reality. In that moment of despair, Perseus understood. The fight was not just against Medusa, but against the very nature of fear and hatred that had transformed her into a monster. The serpents writhed, the air thick with tension as their dance of fate continued, spiraling into the unknown. The wind howled like a lost soul, slicing through the trees and sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to wander into its icy grasp. In the northern woods, where the shadows loomed long and the darkness seemed to breathe, whispers of an ancient evil curled around the trunks of gnarled trees. Tales of the Wendigo, a spirit of insatiable hunger, echoed in the hearts of the people, igniting fear and reverence alike. Legends spoke of a creature that stood tall and gaunt, its skin pulled tight over its bones, its eyes hollow and wild. It was said that once a person succumbed to the frostbite of despair, driven mad by hunger, the Wendigo would come, dragging them into the night, transforming them into a grotesque reflection of their former self. They became the very embodiment of greed and gluttony, forever cursed to roam the wilderness, craving more than mere flesh, their soul consumed by an endless void. In the heart of winter, when the snow fell like broken dreams, the people would gather around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the warm glow. They would share stories, cautioning the young ones about the Wendigo's haunting presence. An elder's voice trembled as he spoke of a time when a close friend had disappeared, driven by despair and an all-consuming hunger for survival. He was once a kind man, but the winter turned him into something else, he warned, eyes scanning the dark tree line. He returned with a hunger no man should bear, eyes filled with madness. We had to chase him away, lest he consume us all. As the fire crackled, unseen eyes watched from the darkness, cold and calculating. The stories hung in the air like smoke, each word weaving a web of fear. A shiver ran through the crowd as the wind picked up, mimicking the sound of distant, echoing cries. The elders exchanged worried glances. knowing the spirit was more than just a story. It was a warning, a reminder of the fragile line between humanity and monstrosity. In the quiet of the forest, under the pale light of the moon, a lone figure stumbled through the snow. His breath hung in the air like ghostly wisps. He was lost, both in direction and in spirit. A once spirited hunter, he had ventured too far and too long into the wilderness, driven by a fierce desire to find food for his starving family. But hunger had twisted his mind. Shadows danced at the corners of his vision, and he could almost hear the soft whispers of the Wendigo coaxing him deeper into the night. "Just a taste," the voice seemed to hiss, wrapping around his thoughts like a serpent. "What harm is there in just one bite?" He could almost see the glint of icy eyes hidden in the shadows, waiting, watching. Fear gnawed at his insides, but so did hunger. Each step he took felt heavier, the snow sucking at his boots as if it wanted to keep him there forever. The Wendigo was a constant presence, a specter that lived in the hearts of those who wandered too far into the cold. The hunter was not alone. Many had felt its pull. A family man, a warrior, even a child lost to the temptations of hunger. They had all become part of the Wendigo's gruesome legend, their fates sealed in frost and darkness. The hunter stumbled upon a clearing where frostbitten trees loomed like skeletal fingers, and there he saw it, a figure, tall and emaciated, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly hunger. "Join me," it rasped, the voice like the sound of cracking ice. "Together, we can feast." The hunter felt a chill deeper than the winter cold seize his heart. He had heard the stories, had grown up fearing the Wendigo. But here it was, real and ravenous. The icy wind howled as he fell to his knees, the weight of despair pressing down on him like a heavy cloak. In that moment, he faced the truth that had haunted his dreams. To surrender to hunger was to invite the Wendigo into his soul. He could feel its power wrapping around him, pulling him closer to the edge of madness. The creature's form shimmered in the moonlight, shifting between terror and temptation, and he could feel the edges of his sanity fraying. It offered him salvation from his suffering, but at a price that no man should pay. As the hunter struggled against the dark pull, memories flooded back. Laughter shared around a fire, the warmth of his child's embrace, the love of his wife waiting back home. These thoughts began to burn brighter than the hunger within him, igniting a flicker of resolve. With a fierce cry that echoed through the trees, he pushed himself to his feet, stumbling back from the creature that beckoned him to the void. The Wendigo's face twisted in rage, its form flickering like the flame of a dying fire. "You cannot escape," it howled, the wind carrying its voice through the night. The hunter ran, the sound of snarling breath behind him driving him onward, faster than he ever thought possible. But the forest was alive with shadows, branches clawing at him, trying to pull him back into the darkness. He knew he had to reach the village to warn them of the threat that loomed just beyond the trees. The stench of decay lingered in the air as he sprinted, the cold biting into his skin, each breath a battle against the icy fingers of despair. The Wendigo was relentless, a ghostly figure that chased him through the night, a reminder of what he could become if he lost himself to the hunger. Every heartbeat echoed in his ears, a drum of desperation against the encroaching darkness. The village lights flickered in the distance, a beacon of hope that urged him on. But the Wendigo was not far behind, its hunger trailing like a shadow, ready to consume him whole. With each step, he fought against the whispers, against the memories of those who had fallen before him. The stories told around the fires were not just tales, they were warnings etched in the very fabric of the world. The hunter could feel the weight of those stories pressing down on him, urging him to resist, to remember who he was. He burst into the village, breathless and wild-eyed, and the elders gathered, sensing the danger that had followed him. "Warn your people," he gasped, the truth spilling from his lips like a desperate prayer. "The Wendigo is near." and it hungers for more than just flesh. The air shifted, tension crackling like electricity. The villagers exchanged fearful glances, knowing that the spirit of gluttony had come for them. The wind howled outside and the fire flickered as shadows danced at the edges of their gathering, a reminder that the legend was not just a story, but a relentless reality lurking just beyond the warmth of their firelight. The night was far from over, and the Wendigo was still hungry. On a chilly morning in the Scottish Highlands, fog clings to the surface of Loch Ness like a thick, heavy blanket. Shadows dance across the rippling water, and a low, haunting sound echoes from the depths, sending a shiver down the spine of anyone brave enough to stand at its edge. The whispers of legend swirl around this ancient lake, wrapping around it like the mist that often envelops its shores. For centuries, the idea of a creature lurking beneath the surface has both fascinated and terrified locals and tourists alike. In the early 6th century, St. Columba reportedly encountered a mysterious beast in the loch, described as having a long neck and a large body. His tale, passed down through generations, sparked curiosity and fear. Could it be that something truly monstrous resided in the deep, dark waters? The story of the Loch Ness Monster began to take shape, becoming a tapestry woven from the threads of folklore, skepticism, and the unending human desire to believe in the extraordinary. Fast forward to 1934, a time when the world was on the brink of change. The photograph known as the surgeon's photo, taken by Robert Kenneth Wilson, would send shockwaves through society. The image showed a dark shape in the water, a possible silhouette of the beast that had been spoken of for centuries. Almost instantly, it became iconic, an emblem of mystery and wonder. But whispers of doubt also crept in. Was it a hoax? A log, perhaps? Or a cleverly crafted model? The debate raged on, pulling in scientists, cryptozoologists, and curious souls from all walks of life. The foggy chill of Loch Ness felt electric during the summer of 1960, when a team of scientists set out with sonar equipment, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. As they scanned the water, an unexpected blip appeared on their screens. Excitement surged through their veins. Could it be? After all this time, was the monster finally revealing itself? The blip was quickly dismissed, but for those present, it was a moment of hope. A fleeting brush with the extraordinary, stirring emotions that ran deep within the human spirit, yearning for magic in a rational world. Then came 1972 and the infamous Nessie hoax, when a group of pranksters attempted to create a model of the creature. Their antics only fueled the flames of public interest, demonstrating that people would go to great lengths to keep the myth alive. Yet, even as the hoax was exposed, the lake continued to draw visitors, eager to spot the legendary beast for themselves. The Loch Ness Monster was now not just a myth, it was a phenomenon entwined in the very fabric of human curiosity. As the years rolled on, modern technology brought new tools to the hunt. In 2018, scientists undertook a project to map the loch's depths using advanced sonar technology and DNA sampling. They hoped to uncover the truth behind the legendary creature. What they found instead was a rich tapestry of life forms, yet the beast remained elusive, a ghost just beyond reach. But the thrill of the chase only deepened the obsession, revealing the unbreakable bond of humanity with the unknown. Every year, thousands flock to the shores of Loch Ness, gazing into the still waters with a mix of hope and skepticism. Signs dot the roadside proclaiming, "Nessie lives," as if the very essence of belief could conjure the creature from its watery home. Children skip stones, parents share stories, and the air buzzes with excitement. Each ripple in the water could be the sign of something extraordinary. A sudden splash could send hearts racing, and the thrill of the hunt ignites imaginations. Are the shadows dancing at the edge of the lake just reflections, or could they be something more? In 2009, a group of divers plunged into the depths of the loch, their hearts pounding with the promise of discovering something unearthly. As they descended, the darkness enveloped them, and they felt both exhilaration and fear. What if they encountered something that would change everything? But the cold water offered no answers, only silence, an echo of the countless mysteries that have lingered in the loch for centuries. A disappointment mixed with the thrill of the unknown kept the legend alive. The sensation of dread mingles with excitement each time someone reports a sighting. A boat captain claims to have seen a large shape breaking the surface. A tourist records a fleeting shadow on their camera. Each story adds fuel to the fire, igniting debates and reigniting curiosity. But amidst the skepticism, there lies a thread of hope. A belief that somewhere in the dark, old waters of Loch Ness, something extraordinary waits to be found. With every story, the legend transforms, echoing the human capacity for wonder. It raises questions that linger long after the tales have been told. Who are we if we cannot believe in the extraordinary? What does it mean to chase a dream that may never come true? The Loch Ness Monster is not just a tale of a creature hidden beneath the waves. It is a symbol of our deepest desires, our fears, and our eternal quest for magic in a world governed by reason. As autumn casts its golden hues over the highlands, the loch transforms once more. The fog rolls in thicker, obscuring reality, and with it comes the promise of mystery. The water, now a mirror reflecting the deepening dusk, holds secrets that may never be revealed. And yet, the whispers continue. The stories pile one upon the other, forming a mountain of intrigue. For those who dare to gaze into the depths, the possibility of encountering the Loch Ness Monster remains alive, a tantalizing thread that binds together myth, hoax, and modern sightings. The search continues, the legend grows, and the shadows on the water remind all who stand by its shores that some mysteries are more powerful than the truth. It's a reminder that in a world of cold facts, the heart still craves the warmth of wonder, ever seeking the magic that lies just beneath the surface. In the flickering shadows of an ancient marketplace, a sudden gust of wind swept through the narrow alleyways, carrying with it a whisper, a name spoken in hushed tones: Jinn. As merchants hawked their wares, a feeling of unease settled like a thick fog. The onlookers, clad in colorful fabrics, exchanged wary glances as if sensing an unseen presence, a power that could twist destiny in an instant. From the swirling sands of the Arabian deserts to the bustling streets of historic cities, Jinn are more than mere folklore. They are beings of fire and smoke, capable of crafting worlds and tearing them apart with a mere thought. In the early days, when the earth was still fresh and untainted, these spirits existed alongside humankind, their laughter echoing through the valleys and their tempers igniting the night skies. Each Jinn possessed its own unique essence, a reflection of the vast universe from which it had sprung. Some were benevolent, wandering the earth in search of harmony. Others thrived on chaos, reveling in the misfortunes of mortals. The tales surrounding the Jinn were as diverse as the sands of the desert, each story bearing the weight of countless generations. It was said that they could be summoned by those brave enough to tread the thin line between reverence and folly. A flickering candle, a circle of salt, and an incantation whispered in the dark could awaken these spirits from their ancient slumber. But the consequences of such an act were as unpredictable as the spirits themselves. In the heat of the day, a young boy named Amir had ventured into the desert, drawn by the thrill of adventure. With every step, he could feel the shifting sands beneath his feet, as if the earth itself was alive and breathing. He had heard the legends, the tales of the Jinn who could grant wishes, who could change fates with a single flick of their wrist. With a heart full of hope and a mind filled with dreams, Amir was determined to find one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, Amir stumbled upon an ancient cave. Its entrance was shrouded in darkness, a gaping mouth inviting him into the unknown. With a deep breath, he stepped inside, the cool air wrapping around him like a comforting blanket. The walls were etched with symbols of a forgotten time, tales of creation and destruction intertwined in a dance that transcended mortal understanding. Each mark was a testament to the power of the jinn, a reminder that within every creation lay the seeds of destruction. But as he ventured deeper, an unsettling chill crept up Amir's spine. Was it the air? Or was it the realization that he was not alone? The echoes of whispers, soft and mischievous, filled the cave, teasing the edges of his consciousness. Suddenly, from the shadows, a figure emerged, a tall, imposing jinn, its eyes flickering like the embers of a dying fire. With a voice that resonated through the very core of Amir's being, it spoke, "What do you seek, child of dust?" Fear gripped him, but the weight of his dreams pushed him forward. "I wish for greatness," he stammered, the words tumbling from his lips like stones down a mountainside. The jinn's laughter echoed, a sound both beautiful and terrifying. "Greatness comes at a price," it warned, its eyes narrowing. "Are you prepared to pay?" In that moment, Amir felt the pull of destiny. He could taste the sweetness of power, a promise of glory shimmering just out of reach, but deep down, a sense of foreboding clawed at his heart. What price would he have to pay? Would he lose himself in the pursuit of greatness, become a puppet to forces he could not comprehend? With a flick of its hand, the jinn conjured images of splendor, fortresses made of gold, armies at his command, love that spanned the ages. Amir's heart raced, each vision a tantalizing promise of the life he yearned for. Yet, as the visions faded, the darkness of the cave seemed to grow heavier, pressing against him like a weight he could not shake. "Choose wisely," the jinn said, its voice now a whisper, a tantalizing echo that danced around the cave's walls. "For every creation bears the shadow of destruction, and greatness is often accompanied by ruin." Amir hesitated, the thrill of ambition at war with the haunting sense of dread. He had heard the stories of those who made deals with jinn, how their wishes twisted into nightmares, how their desires unraveled like fragile threads. Would he become one of them, forever trapped in a cycle of longing and despair? Outside, the night deepened, casting a blanket of stars across the sky. The stars themselves seemed to watch, witnesses to the choices humans made, the paths they walked. As Amir stood before the jinn, his heart pounding in his chest, he felt the weight of history pressing down on him, the lives of countless souls who had come before him, each one seeking something that could never be fully grasped. Just then, a flicker of movement caught Amir's eye. A figure shrouded in mist appeared behind the jinn. It was a woman, her features soft and sorrowful. She raised her hand, and Amir felt an overwhelming wave of sadness wash over him. "Do not trade your soul for ambition," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of eons. "Greatness can blind you, but true fulfillment lies in the heart." In that instant, Amir's resolve wavered. He had come seeking power. But could he turn away from the promise laid before him? The cave pulsed with energy, as if waiting for his answer. The jinn's eyes glimmered with anticipation, a tempest brewing beneath their surface. "Once spoken, your wish cannot be unmade," it intoned, its voice a dark melody. "What will it be, child of dust? Greatness or the path of the humble?" As the tension thickened, Amir felt the walls of the cave close in, the weight of his choice pressing down upon him. The air crackled with magic, both beautiful and horrifying, and he stood on the edge of a precipice, staring into a void that promised both creation and destruction. Would he step forward into the unknown, or would he turn back to the light? The choices he made in that moment could ripple through the ages, shaping not just his fate, but the very essence of existence itself. A flicker of flames danced in the night sky, illuminating the darkness as a firebird soared high above. With each beat of its magnificent wings, a warm glow spread, wrapping the world below in a blanket of golden light. This was no ordinary bird. It was the legendary phoenix, a symbol of hope and rebirth. Throughout history, this creature has risen from the ashes, defying death and embodying the eternal cycle of life. In ancient Egypt, the phoenix, known as the Bennu, was revered as a deity linked to the sun and resurrection. Its story whispered through the ages, telling of a bird that lived for 5 centuries before setting itself ablaze. As the flames consumed it, a new, vibrant form would emerge from the ashes. A young phoenix, ready to start anew. Egyptians believed that the Bennu guided souls to the afterlife, representing the continuity of existence, a reminder that death is merely a transition, not an end. In Greece, the phoenix took on a slightly different persona, yet its essence remained unaltered. The Greeks depicted this mythical bird as a symbol of renewal and perseverance, often associated with the sun god, Apollo. Homer spoke of the phoenix rising with its brilliant plumage, a radiant reminder of the power of regeneration. Tales of its fiery rebirth echoed through the ancient temples, where flames flickered as devout followers prayed for strength and transformation. The phoenix became a beacon of inspiration, encouraging people to rise up from their struggles, no matter how fierce the trials they faced. In the East, particularly within Chinese culture, the phoenix took on a more complex symbolism. Known as Feng Huang, it represented both virtue and grace, embodying balance. Unlike the solitary creature of Western mythology, the Feng Huang often appeared with the dragon, a symbol of power. Together, they illustrated harmony and the coexistence of opposites, a vivid reminder that life itself is a tapestry woven from contrasting threads. The Feng Huang, with its resplendent feathers, would soar across the sky, a sign of prosperity and good fortune, encouraging people to embrace transformation in their own lives. With every flick of its fiery tail, the phoenix ignited hope wherever it flew. The Aztecs, too, held a deep respect for this mythical creature. They called it the Huitzilopochtli, the hummingbird of the sun, intertwining its essence with their own beliefs about life, death, and rebirth. In their vibrant mythology, the Huitzilopochtli was not only a bird of renewal, but also a warrior fighting fiercely against despair. The Aztecs believed that from the ashes of sacrifice came new life, a testament to their complex relationship with the cycle of existence. In Japan, the phoenix transformed into the Ho-Oh, a creature of unparalleled beauty. It graced the heavens with its vibrant colors and melodious songs. The Ho-Oh was a harbinger of peace and prosperity, often appearing during times of great change. Its arrival signified that a new era was at hand, a moment to let go of the old and embrace the future. The people honored this majestic bird, believing that, like the Ho-Oh, they too could rise and thrive amidst life's adversities. Each culture placed the phoenix in a sacred space, weaving it into the fabric of their beliefs. The flame that consumed the bird was not merely a destructive force, it was a purification, a cleansing fire that paved the way for new beginnings. Across continents and centuries, this motif of renewal struck a chord within the hearts of many, echoing the universal truth that everyone faces trials, yet everyone has the capacity to rise again. As the phoenix spread its wings, the emotions surrounding its story surged like the tide. There existed a rawness in the human experience, pain, loss, and the deep yearning for rebirth. The flames that consumed the bird mirrored the struggles each person faced, whether in times of war, personal grief, or the quiet battles fought within one's soul. The whispers of the phoenix carried stories of resilience, urging individuals to look within and find the strength to transform their despair into hope. In the vibrant marketplace of ancient Rome, merchants would tell tales of the phoenix to crowds gathered under the sun. Children listened wide-eyed, entranced by the idea that even in the darkest moments, a spark of light could ignite a new beginning. The sound of laughter mingled with the crackle of firewood, as families shared stories of how they had faced adversities, drawing inspiration from the tremendous power of this mythical bird. Every tale was a thread, connecting people through shared experiences, stitching together a rich tapestry of resilience. As dusk settled, a new sense of urgency arose. The air crackled with anticipation as people began to sense the power of change. The symbols of the phoenix were everywhere, etched in stone, woven into fabrics, painted on walls. Each representation served as a reminder that every ending could lead to a new start. The stories of the phoenix became a lifeline, a source of strength in moments of uncertainty. The emotional crescendo built with each retelling as hearts swelled with the hope of renewal. The notion that from despair could rise something beautiful resonated deeply with everyone who sought solace in the flames of the phoenix. This bond between the creature and humanity was palpable, an invisible thread entwining their fates, a powerful connection that promised that no one was truly alone in their struggles. As the firebird soared through the skies, it left behind a trail of embers, each one carrying whispers of rebirth. The stories of the phoenix, imbued with rich history, sparked discussions about the past, the present, and the future. It ignited a flame of courage in those who listened, compelling them to confront their own challenges with a fierce determination. The cycle of life, with its potent lessons of resilience, echoed through the ages, binding cultures and generations together in shared understanding. And as the final notes of the ancient tales lingered in the air, the phoenix continued to soar, a constant reminder that in the heart of every ending lies the promise of a new beginning, urging everyone onward, ever onward, through the ebb and flow of life. High above the rugged mountains, dark clouds gathered like an ominous blanket, crackling with energy. A fierce wind howled through the trees, bending branches and rustling leaves. It was in this electrifying moment that the legend of the Thunderbird came to life, a creature so powerful that its wings could summon storms and bring both destruction and renewal. The air was thick with anticipation, as if nature itself held its breath, fearing what might come next. In the old stories told around crackling fires, the Thunderbird was no mere bird. It was a giant spirit, a guardian of the skies. The ancient tribes believed that with each flap of its immense wings, thunder would rumble, signaling its presence. Children huddled close, eyes wide with fear and wonder, as elders recounted tales of how the Thunderbird battled great serpents and other forces of chaos. This creature was a protector, fierce and relentless, ensuring balance in the world below. In the vast plains, where the sun painted the earth in golden hues, the legend intertwined with the lives of the people. The Algonquin believed the Thunderbird carried the souls of their ancestors, soaring high, watching over them. To see it was both a blessing and a warning. When the skies darkened and the winds picked up, the tribes prepared themselves, for the Thunderbird's arrival heralded a storm. Mothers gathered their children close, whispering prayers to the spirit as lightning danced across the sky. In those moments, the mountains seemed to vibrate with energy, as if they too were alive with the spirit of the Thunderbird. The elders spoke of a time when the creature had fought against a great flood, spreading its wings wide to shield the people, commanding the waters to recede. The skies had opened and rain had poured, not just as a deluge but as a cleansing. In the aftermath, flowers bloomed, the earth revived, and life returned. The Thunderbird was not just a bringer of storms but a harbinger of renewal, a fierce reminder that from chaos, beauty could emerge. But one stormy night, the winds shifted and the tales darkened. A great serpent, known in whispers as the Mishi Biju, emerged from the depths of the water, seeking to challenge the Thunderbird. The elders recounted the terror that gripped the village as the two titans clashed in the sky. Thunder rolled and lightning split the heavens, illuminating the fierce battle for dominance. it was a spectacle of nature, a dance of power where every heart raced, fearing for the fate of the world below. As the thunder roared and the earth shook, the people raised their voices, chanting songs of hope and unity. They called upon the Thunderbird, their protector, to prevail against the serpent. Children, clutching their dolls and blankets, listened with bated breath, imagining the unimaginable, feeling the intensity of the storm in their bones. The elders' eyes sparkled with the light of the fire as they spoke, their voices rising above the crashing thunder, infusing the air with tension and emotion. Then came the moment of truth. The sky illuminated in a blinding flash as the Thunderbird summoned all its might. For a heartbeat, everything froze. The trees stood still, and even the wind held its breath. The Great Spirit let out a cry that echoed throughout the mountains, a sound that resonated with courage and resolve. In that moment, the people felt the pulse of the universe, a connection that transcended their fears. When the storm subsided and the skies cleared, the people emerged from their shelters. They looked up, breathless as the Thunderbird soared above. Its wings glistened under the sun, a symbol of resilience and strength. The serpent had been defeated, sent back to the depths from whence it came. But as the villagers celebrated, they knew this victory was not just for the Thunderbird. It was for every soul that had believed in the power of the Spirit. Yet, the Thunderbird's story did not end there. Whispers of its return lingered in the hearts of the people. They spoke of how the Spirit would appear again when the world was in chaos, reminding them that they were never alone. Each flash of lightning, each clap of thunder, held a promise that they could face any storm as long as they believed. Years passed, and generations grew, but the legend remained woven into the fabric of their lives. Children played, their laughter mingling with the wind, while elders shared stories that danced like fireflies in the dusk. They painted the Thunderbird on their pottery and carved its image into the wood, a tribute to a spirit that embodied their hopes and fears. The tales had transformed but remained tethered to the sacred truth that the Thunderbird was a bridge between the heavens and the earth. And so, when the skies darkened once more, the people looked up with a blend of anxiety and faith. They felt the heartbeat of the thunder resonating in their chests, urging them to remember the stories, to honor the spirit that watched over them. With each storm, they whispered prayers, calling the Thunderbird forth, trusting that it would come to their aid once again. As the clouds rolled in and the winds began to swirl, a sense of unity filled the air. They gathered together, hands clasped, hearts beating as one. A storm was brewing, but so was their resolve. They remembered the battles fought, the storms weathered, and the beauty that followed. And in that moment, they understood that the legend of the Thunderbird was not merely a tale, but a lifeline, a reminder that every storm carries the potential for renewal. The horizon shimmered with an electric anticipation, and the winds howled with purpose. The people stood firm, eyes fixed on the skies, feeling the thunder tremble beneath their feet. The Stormbringer was near, and with it, a promise of transformation hung in the air, thick with emotion, urging them to hold on to their stories, to nourish the fire of belief that burned within. The thunder rumbled louder, announcing its arrival, while the villagers stood united, ready to face whatever came next. In the flickering shadows of ancient Greece, a creature moved through the darkened hills, its breath curling like smoke against the chill of the night air. With the body of a lion, the head of a goat, and a serpent for a tail, the chimera was no mere beast but a symbol of chaos and terror, a nightmare stitched together from the fragments of the world. Those who caught sight of it felt their hearts race, the thundering of their pulse echoing the creature's fierce growl, an ominous sound carried by the wind that whispered tales of its ferocity. The chimera was born from the depths of myth, a creature so powerful that it defied the natural order, embodying the fears and imagination of those ancient times. This monster roamed the land of Lycia, its presence marking the boundaries of the known world, a guardian of secrets that few dared to approach. A fire burned within it, scorching the earth wherever it tread, leaving nothing but ashen memories in its wake. Villagers spoke in hushed tones about its fiery breath, the flames that could turn a man to cinders in an instant, as they gathered around flickering torches, their faces illuminated by the glow of fear. Each night, tales of the Chimera spread through the villages like wildfire. Children huddled close to their mothers, eyes wide with wonder and terror. They imagined its roar, a horrifying symphony of despair, while the bravest among them dared to suggest that the monster was a sign from the gods, a punishment for the sins of mankind. The elders would nod solemnly, their eyes clouded with memories of battles lost and heroes fallen. Stories of brave warriors like Bellerophon, the man who would attempt to conquer this beast, sent shivers down their spines. To confront the Chimera was to challenge fate itself. In the dusty corners of the marketplace, merchants hawked trinkets of the beast, statues carved from stone, and paintings that captured its essence. Yet no artistry could truly encapsulate the fear that gripped the hearts of those who lived under the shadow of its legend. That fear was a living thing, breathing life into the stories, driving farmers to labor under the watchful eyes of their fields, praying that the Chimera would not choose their crops for its next meal. It was a monster that blurred the lines between reality and myth, a living part of their world that echoed their innermost fears. But not all who sought its end were driven by fear. Some were driven by ambition. Among them, Bellerophon stood tall, driven by a fierce determination that had long been etched into his heart. He was a hero of the people, a young man with a future that shimmered like the stars above. His very name promised glory, and he believed that he could tame the wild beast. With Pegasus, the winged horse by his side, Bellerophon was more than a man. He was a symbol of hope. The skies echoed with the thunderous beating of wings as he soared above the land, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and dread. As he approached the lair of the Chimera, the air thickened with tension, an electrifying anticipation crackling against his skin. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath him, the weight of countless footsteps that had walked this path before him. The tales of the townsfolk echoed in his mind, the warnings of those who had fallen prey to the beast's flames. Yet he pressed on, for the dream of victory ignited a fire in him that rivaled the very creature he sought to conquer. Upon arrival, the landscape was shrouded in an eerie silence, the kind that felt charged with the promise of danger. Bellerophon dismounted Pegasus, feeling the ground tremble beneath him as the beast stirred within its cave. The shadows shifted, and there it was, the Chimera, a monstrous blend of flesh and fury, an embodiment of nightmares that had haunted his dreams. It emerged with a roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, flames licking at the edges of its jaws, illuminating the darkness with hellish light. Time seemed to stand still as the two forces met, the courage of a hero clashing against the embodiment of chaos. Bellerophon tightened his grip on his spear, heart racing, as he prepared to face the creature that had haunted the lives of so many. In that moment, the line between man and monster blurred, casting a spell over the land. As if the very gods themselves were watching, the ground trembled with the weight of destiny, the air thick with the scent of impending battle. Flames erupted as the Chimera lunged, a whirlwind of fire and fury, its eyes burning with an ancient rage. The hero dodged, his heart pounding like thunder in his chest. Each swing of his spear sent sparks flying as they clashed, the monster's scales glinting menacingly in the flickering light. As Bellerophon fought, a part of him recognized the creature's struggle to exist, a desperate fight for survival that echoed his own. In that clash, the monster was not just a beast. It was a reflection of humanity's deepest fears, battling against the odds in a world that often felt indifferent. With each moment that passed, the battle intensified. A dance of life and death played out on the stage of the mountains. The roars of the chimera mingled with the cries of a hero, each sound a testament to their fight. It was not just a battle for survival, it was a clash of dreams, a struggle for the fate of a world that hung in the balance. The earth beneath them trembled, nature itself caught in the grip of their struggle, as if the mountains were holding their breath, waiting for the outcome of this moment in time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the landscape, the fight raged on, an eternal cycle that would not merely end with a victor or a vanquished foe. The chimera, with all its fury and fire, represented more than just a monster. It embodied the trials of existence, the constant battle between chaos and order, desire and fear. In this moment, mythology and reality intertwined, leaving behind a legacy that would be whispered through generations, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to dream beyond the bounds of the ordinary. The tension hung in the air, as palpable as the scent of smoke and sweat, a reminder of the cost of ambition and the weight of legacy. Bellerophon pressed on, driven by dreams larger than himself, while the chimera fought not only for its very life, but for the chaos that had become its soul. And as they danced on the precipice of fate, the world around them waited with bated breath, the stories yet to be written, the paths yet to be forged, as the line between hero and monster blurred, leaving behind nothing but a lingering sense of tension and the promise of what was to come. The moon hung low in the dark sky, casting a silvery glow over the still waters of the Billabong. The night air buzzed softly with the hum of cicadas, but there was an undercurrent of something more, a whisper of ancient tales and unspeakable mysteries. Children huddled close to their fires, eyes wide with wonder and fear as the stories of the Bunyip danced in their minds like shadows flitting across the water's surface. The Bunyip, a creature of lore, was not just a figment of imagination. It loomed large in the minds of the Aboriginal people, a being that emerged from the depths of murky waters, its presence a reminder of nature's power and mystery. Long ago, whispered tales told of its grotesque form, a creature with a massive body, sharp claws and a head that could send shivers down even the bravest of spines. The Bunyip was said to lurk beneath the surface, waiting for unsuspecting prey, its low growl sending ripples through the stillness of the night. As the fire crackled and the shadows stretched, a storyteller began to weave a tale. The children leaned in closer, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Once, a young boy named Jaren wandered too close to the water's edge, the storyteller said, his voice a low murmur. He had heard the warnings, but curiosity was a stronger pull than fear. As he peered into the inky depths, he felt a chill run down his spine. The flickering flames reflected in the children's wide eyes, mirroring the fear and excitement of the tale. Jaren stood at the water's edge, mesmerized, the dark surface mirroring the stars above. He sensed something watching him, a presence he couldn't see but felt deep within. Suddenly, the water erupted. The Bunyip emerged, its eyes glowing like embers in the night. The boy's laughter turned to screams as the creature lunged, its powerful jaws snapping just inches from Jaren's terrified face. "Do you hear it?" a girl whispered, her voice trembling. "The call of the Bunyip?" The others fell silent, listening to the night. It was true. A low, mournful sound echoed through the trees, like a distant wail, sending shivers down their spines. The Bunyip was not just a monster. It was a spirit, an embodiment of the water and the stories that flowed through it. It guarded the rivers and billabongs fiercely, a reminder of the delicate balance between man and nature. As the tale continued, the storyteller spoke of the Bunyip's many forms, a shapeshifter that could take on the guise of a log, a rock, or even a shadow. It was said that those who dared to approach the water would sometimes hear its soft whispers, enticing them closer. But beware, the storyteller warned, for the Bunyip seeks to protect its home. It does not take kindly to those who intrude. The children's imaginations soared, painting vivid pictures in their minds. They could almost see the creature stirring beneath the surface, its powerful limbs thrashing against the water. The bunyip was not simply a creature of fear, it was a guardian, a spirit woven into the very fabric of the land. Each ripple of the water seemed to carry its ancient wisdom, a promise that the bunyip would always be there, watching, waiting. Suddenly, a loud splash startled the group. The laughter faded into gasps as a figure emerged from the water, a boy, dripping wet, his face pale with fright. "I saw it!" he shouted, eyes wide. "The bunyip! It's real!" Gasps echoed through the air, fear gripping their hearts like a vice. Their imaginations raced, each child envisioning the beast lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to strike. The fire crackled violently, casting strange shadows on the faces of the children. The storyteller leaned in, his eyes gleaming with a mix of fear and excitement. "What if the bunyip is among us?" he asked, his voice low and teasing. "What if it walks the land at night, searching for those who disrespect the waters?" The children looked around, their hearts racing, feeling the weight of the stories pressing down on them like the thick fog that rolled over the banks of the Billabong. In the distance, a figure moved silently through the trees, cloaked in darkness. The children, frozen in fear, could almost see it. The bunyip, its massive form silhouetted against the moonlit sky. They held their breath, hearts pounding as the creature seemed to pulse with life, an extension of the very earth itself. It was nature's guardian, a spirit that demanded respect and reverence. As the storyteller concluded his tale, the air was thick with tension, the fear of the unseen pressing down on them like a heavy blanket. The children looked into the water, half expecting to see the bunyip rise, its eyes glowing with ancient wisdom and unyielding power. But the night went silent. The cicadas now hushed, as if the very world was waiting. Yet the feeling lingered. The bunyip was there, hidden in the shadows, an omnipresent force that intertwined with the stories of the land. The children could feel it in their bones, the electric surge of fear mixing with exhilaration. They were caught between two worlds, one of reality and one of myth, where the lines blurred and the bunyip thrived. As they settled into restless sleep by the fire, the night continued to weave its tapestry of stories. The water lapped gently at the shores of the Billabong, holding within it the echoes of laughter, fear, and the infinite wisdom of the bunyip. And just beyond the reach of the flickering flames, the shadows danced, hinting at the stories yet to be told, truths waiting to emerge from the depths of the water, as the night deepened and the moon watched over all. In the stillness of the pine barrens, where the trees stand like ancient sentinels and the air is thick with whispers of the past, a chill runs through the night. The moon hangs low, casting eerie shadows that seem to dance along the forest floor. And in that darkness, something lurks, a being woven from the fabric of nightmares, known only as the Jersey Devil. The legend began in the early 18th century, in a small village called Leeds Point. A woman named Mother Leeds, burdened with too many children and a husband too weak to help, was said to have cursed her 13th child during a violent thunderstorm. "If I must bear another, let it be a devil," she cried, her voice rising above the storm's fury. Little did she know that her words would breathe life into a creature destined to haunt the pine barrens for centuries. The child was born, but no ordinary baby greeted Mother Leeds. Instead, a grotesque figure emerged, with the head of a goat, wings like a bat, and a spine that twisted and coiled like a serpent. It screeched a terrible wail that shattered the night, then flew into the darkness, leaving only fear in its wake. As the tale spread, the Jersey Devil became synonymous with horror, a specter haunting the dreams of the townsfolk. Dark nights turned into dark tales, and the Pine Barrens became a place of fearful curiosity. Locals spoke in hushed tones of sightings, glimpses of the creature flitting between trees, its piercing red eyes glowing in the shadows. The stories grew more intense with each retelling. Once, a group of hunters claimed to have seen it soar above their heads, wings flapping like thunder, casting an ominous shadow over the landscape. They returned to town, eyes wide with terror, their hearts pounding like drums as they spoke of a creature that defied nature itself. As more stories emerged, the Jersey Devil morphed into something more than just a creature. It became a symbol of the unknown, a manifestation of humanity's deepest fears. Children were warned to stay close to home after dark, for the woods were no longer a safe place. Parents hung lanterns in their windows, hoping the light would keep the beast at bay. In 1909, a wave of panic struck South Jersey. Reports flooded in, sightings of the Jersey Devil spread like wildfire. People claimed to have heard its chilling scream echoing through the night, and livestock began to vanish without a trace. Farmers awoke to find their animals mutilated, and shadows danced on the edges of their fields. The townsfolk, gripped by fear, armed themselves, hoping to confront the beast. The streets were alive with whispers, and the air crackled with tension. Every corner held a story. One man swore he saw the creature perched atop a tree, its wings outstretched, silhouetted against the moonlight. Another recounted how his car broke down in the middle of the Pine Barrens, and as he waited for help, he felt the air grow heavy, suffocating. A low growl rumbled from the darkness, sending chills down his spine. He fled into the night, convinced that the Jersey Devil had come for him. As the years passed, the legends only grew stronger. The Pine Barrens became a battleground of sorts, where skepticism clashed with belief. There were those who dismissed the stories as mere folklore, while others clung to them, seeking out the thrill of the unknown. The landscape itself took on an air of mystery. With twisted trees and dark, winding paths, it was easy to imagine the Jersey Devil lurking just out of sight, waiting for its moment to strike. And then there were the people who believed they could summon the creature. From occult rituals to midnight gatherings, a few sought to confront their fears directly. They gathered under the canopy of stars, chanting incantations, hoping to attract its attention. The night air crackled with energy, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Whether they met the creature or not, they would carry the thrill of the unknown with them, hearts racing with exhilaration. As the folklore evolved, so did the Jersey Devil's persona. No longer merely a creature to be feared, it became a symbol of rebellion, a disruptor of the mundane. Artists painted its likeness, capturing its essence, twisted and beautiful, haunting yet captivating. The Pine Barrens transformed into a canvas for imagination, where the line between reality and myth blurred, each tree standing as a testament to the countless tales told beneath their branches. But with the passage of time, the stories began to fade into the background, overtaken by the noise of modern life. Yet, the Pine Barrens held onto its secrets. In the silence of the woods, the spirit of the Jersey Devil lingered, a reminder that some tales refuse to die. The woods whispered with the voices of the past, and at night, if one listened closely, they could almost hear the distant cries of that cursed child, forever trapped in a world where fear and legend intertwined. Then came the day when a group of college students, eager for adventure, decided to test the tales they had heard. Armed with flashlights and bravado, they ventured deep into the heart of the Pine Barrens. As they huddled together, sharing stories around a flickering fire, the laughter of youth danced on the air, until it was interrupted by a sudden rustle in the underbrush. The laughter died instantly. Eyes widened in terror as a low rumble echoed through the trees. Was it the wind, or something more sinister? Heartbeats quickened, and with every passing second the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Shadows shifted as they turned their flashlights toward the sound, but nothing emerged. The only evidence of the movement was the heavy silence that followed, wrapping around them like an invisible cloak. Still, they pressed on, fueled by curiosity and a hint of disbelief. "It's just a story," one of them scoffed, though his voice trembled. But before he could finish his thought, a piercing scream shattered the quiet, echoing through the trees like a death knell. The students froze, their minds racing. Was it a trick of the wind, or had they finally encountered the Jersey Devil? A rush of adrenaline propelled them forward, hearts pounding as they sprinted down the trail, branches clawing at their skin. They could feel the weight of the darkness pressing in, and the chilling sensation that they were no longer alone. The woods seemed to come alive around them, each snap of a twig a reminder that the legend might be more than just a story whispered around campfires. Lost in a maze of trees, fear took hold. They stumbled, desperate for a way out, but the path seemed to twist and turn, leading them deeper into the heart of the legend. With every breath, the darkness thickened, wrapping around them, suffocating and alive. And somewhere in that suffocating silence, the Jersey Devil watched, waiting for the moment to strike. The moon hung low, casting a silvery glow upon the restless sea. A soft mist rolled over the waves, swirling like whispers of ancient tales long forgotten. At the water's edge, a young woman stood, her heart pounding as she peered into the dark, roiling waves. The sea had always called to her, its voice a haunting melody that echoed through her dreams. But tonight it felt different, charged with an electric anticipation that sent shivers down her spine. Legends spoke of creatures that glimmered just beneath the surface, beings of both land and sea, with the grace of a seal and the spirit of a human. The Selkies, they were called, seal people who shed their skins to dance on the shores, their laughter mingling with the crash of the waves. That night the girl felt the pull of their magic, an urgent whisper that drew her closer to the water, her heart racing with both fear and wonder. The legends told of how Selkies could only reveal their true selves under the light of the moon, shedding their thick, glossy skins to reveal smooth, shining bodies. They would weave through the surf, enchanting all who witnessed their ethereal beauty. But this enchanting world came with its own heartaches. Selkies were bound by the tides, tied to the ocean and forever longing for the freedom of the waves. Many humans fell in love with them, only to lose them when the moon waned and the Selkies returned to their watery home. As the waves lapped at her feet, the girl remembered stories of sailors who had encountered these mystical beings, how their hearts had been stolen by soft, haunting songs and the beauty of the Selkies' shimmering forms. But those same sailors often paid a price for their longing. Love could lead to despair when the Selkies' heart was splintered between two worlds, one of sea and one of land. The girl's breath caught in her throat, her heart torn between longing and fear. What would it be like to love a Selkie? Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye. Just beyond the breaking waves, she saw it, a sleek form gliding effortlessly, the moonlight dancing off its skin. She felt a chill run down her spine, both from the cold night air and the thrill of the unknown. With a gasp, she stepped closer, the sand cool beneath her toes. A figure emerged, shimmering under the moon, and for a moment, time itself seemed to stand still. The Selkie appeared, her dark hair cascading like seaweed around her shoulders, her eyes glistening with the depth of the ocean. She tossed her head back and laughed, a sound that stirred something deep within the girl's soul. A yearning, an ache for something just out of reach. The Selkie danced upon the shore, her movements fluid and free, a vision of joy against the stark, dark backdrop of the night. Yet, as the Selkie twirled, the girl noticed the subtle hints of sadness in her eyes. The joy of the dance contrasted starkly with the weight of her existence. The stories had not prepared her for this feeling. The bittersweet truth that love could bloom like wildflowers but also wither like leaves in the autumn chill. The Selkie's laughter rang through the air, a song that tugged at the girl's heartstrings, drawing her closer, closer still. But there was a danger in that allure. The girl recalled the cautionary tales, the fishermen who had been cursed for capturing a Selkie's skin, the lovers who were left bereft when their Selkie returned to the sea. Each tale was woven with threads of laughter and sorrow, of love that transcended the waves but ultimately shattered on the rocky shores of reality. The Selkie's laughter echoed, but within it she could hear the strains of loss, a longing for her ocean home that could never be fully bridged. As if sensing her thoughts, the Selkie paused and turned her gaze to the girl. Their eyes locking in a moment that felt both like eternity and a heartbeat. In that gaze, there was a communion, a shared understanding of the worlds that separated them and the magnetic pull that drew them together. The moonlight shimmered like a spell, enveloping them in soft light, the very air around them crackling with the weight of unspoken words. The Selkie took a step forward, her bare feet brushing against the cold sand. The girl felt her heart race, each beat echoing in the silence of that sacred moment. They were worlds apart, yet so achingly close, their souls bridging the chasm between the sea and land. The girl could scarcely breathe, caught in the web of emotions that tied them, a tapestry of longing and hope, of dreams that could rise and fall like the tide. But the night was fleeting, and the sea held its own secrets. With each passing moment, the waves whispered of a time limit, of a choice that would soon need to be made. The Selkie's smile flickered, a shadow momentarily crossing her features as the tide began to rise, creeping ever closer. The girl's heart sank as she felt the truth settle in her bones. The Selkie could not remain on land forever. The connection between them was palpable, a bond forged in the moonlit night. Yet it was tinged with the bitter knowledge that it might end too soon. The girl reached out, fingers trembling as she brushed against the cool, smooth skin of the Selkie's arm. A jolt of emotion shot through her, a mixture of fear, joy, and an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Would the Selkie choose to stay, to forsake her ocean realm for a life on land, or would she vanish into the depths once more, leaving the girl with nothing but memories? The waves surged, crashing against the shore like a heartbeat quickening. The Selkie's expression shifted, straddling the line between hope and sorrow. Her gaze flickering to the horizon where the sea met the sky. Each moment felt like a breath held too long, a suspension in time where everything could change. The girl's heart echoed in her ears, a frantic drum that mirrored the urgency of the tide. Then, with a final glance back, the Selkie released a breathless laugh, rich with both joy and sadness. She turned her gaze towards the water, the moonlight reflecting off her skin like 1,000 stars. The girl felt tears prick her eyes, knowing that whatever choice was made, it would change them both forever. In that fleeting moment, the air was thick with the weight of dreams and desires. A promise of love that danced just beyond reach, swirling into the vastness of the ocean, leaving behind only ripples. The tide pulled at the Selkie, and the girl, with her heart open wide, stood at the edge, caught between what was and what could never be. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows through the dense, whispering trees of the Pacific Northwest. A chill hung in the air, the kind that sends shivers down your spine and stirs the imagination. It was here, among the towering firs and hidden glades, that the legend of Sasquatch lurked, a creature so elusive yet so profoundly embedded in the fabric of North American folklore. As twilight painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, the whispers of those who had encountered the beast echoed through the woods, each tale more chilling than the last. For centuries, indigenous tribes across North America spoke of a giant, hairy creature that roamed the forests. They called it Sasquatch, or Bigfoot, a being both feared and revered. The Salish people described it as a protector of the woods, a spirit that watched over the land. But with every story of reverence came the tales that sent shivers down the spine. Glimpses of massive footprints in the mud, the sound of heavy footsteps breaking twigs in the stillness, and the warmth of breath on the back of one's neck, an invisible presence that made the hair stand on end. Take, for instance, the story of a young boy in the 1920s who wandered too far from his family's camp in the Oregon woods. The sun had set, and he found himself surrounded by darkness, save for the glow of his small lantern. Suddenly, the air grew still, and a rustle in the underbrush made his heart race. Out of the shadows, a massive figure emerged, a creature covered in dark hair, towering over him like a giant oak. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and in that instant, the boy felt a mix of fear and awe. Just as quickly, the figure vanished back into the trees, leaving behind nothing but the imprint of a colossal foot in the soft earth. The boy returned to camp, his story dismissed as a figment of an overactive imagination. But he knew what he had seen. While many brushed such stories aside, a wave of excitement gripped the nation in the 1950s when a film emerged, purportedly capturing the elusive creature on camera. The Patterson-Gimlin film, showing a lumbering figure striding through a clearing, reignited the debate over Sasquatch's existence. Skeptics and believers alike scrutinized every frame, whispering theories and analyses that ignited imaginations and sparked heated discussions around campfires. Was it a hoax, or was it irrefutable proof of a creature that had lived beyond human reach for centuries? The tension hung thick in the air, electrifying and palpable. As the years rolled on, sightings continued to pour in from all corners of North America. Witness after witness recounted encounters that seemed too bizarre to be true. A couple camping in the Sierra Nevada mountains heard guttural growls echoing through the night. Their flashlights danced nervously across the darkness, illuminating nothing but trees and shadows. Yet the feeling of being watched consumed them. The brush moved as if something colossal was lurking just out of sight, waiting and watching. The couple never returned to those woods, haunted by the fear that lingered long after they had left. But even as the tales grew, so did the skepticism. Scientists and researchers dug into the lore, attempting to explain the phenomenon. They pointed to misidentified bears, folklore, or even the power of suggestion. Yet, the allure of Sasquatch remained too powerful to dismiss easily. The folklore was deeply entrenched in the culture, a lingering mystery that tugged at the heartstrings of those who dared to believe. Throughout the swaying forests and craggy mountains, Bigfoot became more than just a myth. He evolved into a symbol of the unknown, a creature that represented humanity's primal fear and fascination with the wilderness. In a world that increasingly pushed into the wild, the thought of a creature that had managed to elude all contact felt both thrilling and terrifying. The stories blended into the landscape, becoming as much a part of the forests as the trees themselves. In the quiet towns nestled against the backdrop of these vast, uncharted territories, a community thrived on the shared belief in Sasquatch. T-shirts and bumper stickers proclaimed their allegiance to the legendary creature. Local shops filled their shelves with plush toys, books, and souvenirs, feeding the curious minds drawn to the mystery. Visitors traveled from far and wide, eager to trek the same trails where countless others claimed to have caught a glimpse of the creature. Each corner of the forest became a potential stage for a new sighting. Every rustle of leaves a reminder that something powerful and unseen could be lurking just out of sight. As night cloaked the world in darkness, a group of adventurers gathered around a flickering campfire near the base of a mountain. Fear and excitement danced in their eyes as they shared their stories. Each time a branch snapped nearby, their hearts raced. Was it the wind? Or was it Sasquatch, drawn by the sound of their laughter? With every crackle of the fire, the tension tightened, drawing them deeper into the legend that beckoned them forward. The wind picked up, whispering secrets through the trees, and the flickering shadows seemed to come alive. The night felt charged, as if the very essence of the forest held its breath, waiting for something to break the stillness. The thrill of the unknown gripped them, intertwining their fates with the legend of Sasquatch, a creature that had become more than just a story but a living thread connecting them, binding them to the vast wilderness and its timeless mysteries. With every heartbeat, the stories wove tighter, creating a tapestry of fear and wonder that wrapped around them. And in that moment, the line between reality and myth blurred, leaving them yearning for what lay just beyond the trees in the shadows where Sasquatch roamed. In the flickering light of a dimly lit study, shadows danced across the walls as Rabbi Judah Loew, the revered Maharal of Prague, hunched over a table scattered with ancient scrolls. A silence enveloped him, thick with the weight of unspoken words and whispered prayers. Here, between the pages of sacred texts, lay the promise of life itself, a life that could be molded from the very dust beneath his feet. The air was electric with possibility, and he could almost hear the heartbeat of creation echoing through the centuries. The golem, a figure born not from flesh and blood, but from clay and the very essence of divine will. The tales spoke of this creature, animated by the mystical powers locked away in the sacred letters of Hebrew, the Tetragrammaton. With every stroke of the quill, Rabbi Lowe's hands trembled, not from fear, but from an almost unbearable excitement. He was on the brink of touching the divine, of blurring the lines between human and divine, between creator and creation. But this was not a mere experiment. It was an act of profound responsibility. Beside him lay an unfinished golem, its form emerging slowly, a hulking figure of earth and mystery. Rabbi Lowe's heart swelled with both pride and dread. What if he succeeded? What if he breathed life into this inanimate clay? Would it be a protector, a guardian to shield the Jewish community from the mounting threats around them? Or would it become something else entirely, an uncontrollable force of nature? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow through the window, Rabbi Lowe's mind raced with visions of the creature's potential. He imagined it walking through the narrow streets of Prague, looming tall and strong, a sentinel against the dangers that lurked in the shadows. The whispers of the townsfolk could be heard in the distance, stories of persecution and fear, but with the golem at their side, they would stand tall, unified, unyielding. Yet, with every vision, a shiver ran down his spine. The golem could be a mirror reflecting the darkest parts of humanity. Would it understand love, compassion, or forgiveness? Or would it be driven by the primal instincts of survival, a weapon turned against those who sought to control it? Each letter inscribed upon its brow was a dual-edged sword, filled with promise but also peril. Outside, the wind howled through the streets, a mournful cry that seemed to resonate with the rabbi's own fears. As he continued to sketch the sacred letters in the air, the walls of the study began to tremble, as if the very essence of creation was responding to his summons. Sweat dripped from his brow. He could feel the weight of the world pressing down upon him, the weight of every soul who had ever dreamt of power and creation. With hands trembling, he reached for the final letter, the last key to awaken the golem. His breath caught in his throat as he felt a presence behind him. Was it the spirit of the ancient ones, or perhaps the souls of those who had come before him, guiding his hand while warning him of the consequences? The shadows deepened, swirling around him like a tempest, a fierce reminder of the sanctity of life and the hubris of man. The moment of creation arrived, and in that charged silence, Rabbi Lowe whispered the sacred name, a prayer wrapped in hope and fear. The air crackled as energy surged, the golem shuddering to life. Its eyes flickered open, pools of dark clay suddenly filled with something akin to awareness. Rabbi Lowe stepped back, awestruck as the creature rose to its full height. For a heartbeat, time stood still. The golem blinked, and in that moment, everything changed. The rabbi felt an overwhelming tide of emotions wash over him: joy, terror, pride, and confusion. What had he unleashed upon the world? The golem stood silent, a giant wrought from earth, yet imbued with a spark of something more, something that blurred the lines of existence. But the initial wonder swiftly turned to uncertainty. The golem, despite its formidable shape and strength, was devoid of the soul that makes humans unique. It could not speak, could not laugh, could not feel the warmth of friendship or the sting of betrayal. It was a vessel filled with potential, but stripped of all that made life beautiful. Rabbi Lowe's heart pounded as he realized the duality of his creation. The townspeople gathered outside, whispers of hope mingling with unease as they caught glimpses of the towering figure through the cracked windows. Would they see a savior or a monster? Would they embrace the golem as a protector or recoil in fear at the unknown creature standing between them and the abyss? Just then, a loud knock echoed through the study, breaking the fragile moment. The rabbi turned, heart racing as he opened the door to find a group of anxious villagers, faces pale with worry. They had heard the tales of Rabbi Lu's work, and they had come seeking reassurance. "What have you created, Rabbi?" they whispered, voices trembling. "Is it a blessing or a curse?" The rabbi stood at the threshold of creation and destruction, a guardian poised on the precipice. The golem loomed behind him, silent but ever-present, a testament to his choices. As he opened his mouth to speak, the weight of his responsibility pressed down on him, thick and suffocating. The tension in the air was palpable, crackling with uncertainty as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and waver with the unspoken fears of the people. Rabbi Lo's heart ached with the burden of his creation, the golem standing like a sentinel of fate, ready to either protect or devastate. The rabbi inhaled deeply, prepared to respond, but before he could utter a word, a distant cry shattered the silence, echoing ominously through the streets. The sound would change everything, a harbinger of chaos that beckoned them all into a night filled with shadows, questions, and the haunting realization that the true nature of the golem was yet to be revealed. On a moonless night, the wind howled through the desolate hills of Orkney, carrying whispers of dread that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to tread the lonely paths. Villagers spoke in hushed tones, eyes wide with fear as they recalled the tales passed down through generations. The Nukkalavi, a monstrous being born of nightmares, haunted their thoughts like a dark shadow. It was said that when the sun dipped below the horizon, this horse demon roamed the land, eager to feast upon the unwary. The Nukkalavi was not a mere figment of imagination. To the people of Orkney, it was all too real, a living terror with skin like rotting flesh, glistening under the faintest glimmer of starlight. Its eyes, twin orbs of fire, glared with a fury that could pierce the blackest night. Long limbs, grotesquely elongated, ended in claws that could rend the strongest man in two. And atop its back, a rider, an equally ghastly figure, held onto its mane, a twisted entity with a face that seemed to melt away like wax under the sun. As the legend went, the Nukkalavi was born from the depths of the sea, a blasphemous creation that carried the stench of decay and turmoil. It was said to have once been a creature of beauty, an equine spirit that roamed the shores, graceful and free. But the dark magic of a vengeful sorcerer had twisted it into a demon, eager to wreak havoc on the land it once adored, and so it roamed the fields of Orkney, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake, a harbinger of doom that made the very earth tremble. Children would sit around flickering fires, their wide eyes reflecting the flames as elders recounted how the Nukkalavi had been seen near the coast, its howls mingling with the crashing waves. A fisherman once claimed that he had seen it rise from the ocean, its maw open wide, revealing a darkness so deep it seemed to swallow the light. He fled, heart racing, but the memory of that night haunted him, twisting his dreams into terrors he could not escape. Farmers prayed to the gods for protection, fearful that the demon would come to take their livestock and ruin their harvest. They placed charms above their doorways and kept their children close, whispering warnings of the creature's presence. "Never stray too far from home," they said, "and if you hear its call, do not answer. It seeks to claim you." Yet, despite their precautions, the Nukkalavi was relentless. When crops failed and the ground cracked beneath the weight of despair, villagers would gather, sharing tales of loss, of stolen lives. It was in those moments of vulnerability that the demon thrived, its laughter echoing in the gusts of wind that swept across the fields. People began to believe that it fed on their fears, deriving strength from the sorrow that enveloped their lives. One fateful evening, a brave young lad named Ewan, tired of living in fear, decided he would confront this terror. Armed with nothing but an old sword and a heart full of courage, he ventured forth. The night was thick with fog, wrapping around him like cold fingers as he climbed the steep hill that overlooked the village. He could feel the weight of the legends pressing down upon him, their chilling fingers tracing his spine. As he stood on the crest of the hill, a distant rumble broke the stillness. Ewan strained his ears, and then he heard it, a low, rumbling growl echoing off the stones. Fear gripped him, but he pressed on, determined to face the creature that had haunted his village for so long. The air grew thick and oppressive, and with every step, the wind seemed to carry the whispers of the lost souls who had encountered the beast before him. Suddenly, a dreadful silence fell. The world felt suspended in time, as if the very earth held its breath, waiting. Ewan's heart raced as shadows began to shift in the moonlight, revealing the hulking form of the Nukkalavi. It emerged from the darkness, a nightmare made flesh, and Ewan staggered back, frozen in terror. The creature's hideous face twisted into a grimace, revealing rows of jagged teeth that glimmered like daggers. The Nukkalavi sighed, an exhalation of foul breath that carried the stench of decay and despair. It leaned forward, eyes burning with malicious intent, as if it could smell Ewan's fear, taste it. In that moment, all of Orkney seemed to tremble, as if the very fabric of reality could be torn apart by the weight of this monstrous being. Ewan's courage wavered, but he remembered the faces of his friends, the laughter of children, and the stories of loss that echoed in the village. With a surge of adrenaline, he raised his sword. The Nukkalavi let out a howl so piercing that it sent chills racing through Ewan's bones. The sound echoed against the hills, a summons to chaos. Ewan could feel the darkness closing in, the air crackling with an energy both terrifying and intoxicating. But just as the demon lunged forward, something shifted. The mist around them thickened, swirling and dancing as if it had a life of its own. In this eerie twilight, the boundaries between worlds blurred. Ewan's heart pounded in his chest, and for a brief moment, he felt a glimmer of hope. The villagers' tales were not merely warnings. They were a call to arms against the abyss. As the struggle between light and darkness unfolded, an ancient power awakened, hidden among the shadows. The clash was not just one of a boy and a demon, but of the very essence of Orkney itself, a battle that would ripple through time, forever altering the fate of its people. And amid the cries of the Nukkalavi, something stirred, a force that could either save them all or plunge them deeper into despair. Ewan's heart raced, knowing that the fate of Orkney rested on his shoulders. He could feel the eyes of the past upon him, urging him forward into the unknown, into a confrontation that could unveil the darkest secrets hidden within the very soil he stood upon. The wind picked up, swirling around him as the night deepened, and the legend of the Nukkalavi continued to grow, entwined with the destiny of a young hero standing against the abyss. The dense jungles of the Congo River Basin throb with a pulse that resonates through the thick canopy. Shadows dance in the radiant light filtering through the leaves, whispering secrets of ancient times. Amid the cacophony of life, chirping birds, rustling leaves, and the distant sound of rushing water, there lies an unsettling tension. What if something or someone lurked just beyond the veil of the everyday world, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself? In the local tongues, tales of the Mokalembembe send shivers down the spine. This creature is said to resemble the great dinosaurs that once roamed the earth, with its long neck and massive body stirring the waters of the Congo. Some say it is a guardian of the river, a creature of myth, but others believe it is a remnant of a bygone era. A living dinosaur hidden away from the prying eyes of mankind. The very thought of such a beast evokes a primal fear and exhilaration. Villagers recount stories passed down through generations, voices trembling as they share their encounters with this enigmatic creature. One elderly man, his gnarled hands shaking, described a night filled with terror and wonder. He had ventured near the riverbank, moonlight glinting off the water. Suddenly, a massive shadow surfaced, rising like a mountain from the depths below. Eyes wide with disbelief, he could only watch as the creature's long neck arched gracefully, its silhouette framed against the silver glow of the moon. The very river seemed to tremble as it moved, sending ripples that danced across the surface, echoing the fear in his heart. As word of the Mokelembembe spread, foreign adventurers, scientists, and thrill-seekers flocked to the Congo, eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary beast. Some came armed with cameras, others with nets, driven by a mix of skepticism and hope. They navigated the labyrinth of jungle undergrowth, hearts racing with the promise of discovery. Yet, in the depths of the forest, the air thickened with anticipation, and the trees seemed to lean in, holding their breath. Among these intrepid souls was a young naturalist named Thomas. With a notebook in hand and dreams of glory in his heart, he was determined to unearth the truth behind the tales. Each night, around the flickering campfire, he listened intently to the stories of the locals. He learned of the creature's power, how it could overturn boats with a single swipe of its tail, and how its roar echoed like thunder across the valley. When the villagers spoke, their eyes sparkled with fear and reverence, and he could sense that the Mokelembembe was more than just a creature. It was a living legend that held the very soul of the jungle. One fateful evening, after a day of following the winding river, Thomas felt an inexplicable pull to venture out alone. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow across the water. The jungle seemed to hush, its usual sounds fading into an unsettling silence. He tightened his grip on the notebook, each step forward fueled by a mixture of fear and exhilarating hope. The air felt electric as he approached a bend in the river, where the water swirled with a strange intensity. And then, there it was. A massive form emerged from the water, breaking the surface like a leviathan of old. Thomas's heart raced, each beat echoing in his ears. The creature was real. Its skin glistened in the fading light, a tapestry of greens and browns blending seamlessly into the backdrop of its habitat. A long, sinuous neck arched gracefully, its large eyes gazing at him with a strange intelligence. Time seemed to freeze as their eyes met, a profound connection forming in that fleeting moment. But the spell was broken by a sudden rustle in the underbrush. The creature turned, sensing the disturbance, and the jungle erupted into chaos. Birds took flight, trees shook, and a wave of primal energy surged through the air. Thomas stumbled backward, his pulse pounding. For a heartbeat, he felt a rush of adrenaline mixed with dread. Would the Mokelembembe charge? Would it vanish into the depths, never to be seen again? As if responding to his thoughts, the great beast let out a low, rumbling sound that resonated deep within his chest. It was a call, a warning, or perhaps a lament for a world that had forgotten its kin. For a moment, Thomas stood frozen, torn between flight and fascination. Then, as if sensing his turmoil, the creature took a step back into the water, the ripples slowly calming, leaving only silence in its wake. Days turned into weeks as Thomas tried to process what he had witnessed. He scribbled furiously in his notebook, each word an attempt to capture the essence of the creature that had haunted his dreams. He shared tales with fellow explorers, some skeptical, others enchanted. Yet, deep inside, he knew that what he had seen was a fragment of something larger, an echo of a history that intertwined with the very fabric of the earth itself. As he prepared to leave the jungle, the weight of unfulfilled promise hung heavily on his heart. The Mokelembembe was still out there, a guardian of secrets, a beast of legend. And while he had not managed to bring back proof of its existence, the memories burned bright within him, a spark of magic that could not be extinguished. He could feel the jungle calling, its roots entwined with the mysteries of life and death, urging him to return. The river flowed on, unyielding and eternal, as the whispers of the past mingled with the rustling leaves. The Mokelembembe remained a shadowy figure, a bridge between what was known and what lay hidden. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the jungle sighed, cradling its secrets deep within its heart, waiting for the next brave soul to venture into its embrace. High above the valleys, where the air is sharp and cold, whispers of a creature stir among the snow-capped peaks. The Tatzelwurm, a being wrapped in legends and mystery, slides like a shadow through the mountainous terrain, its essence woven into the fabric of alpine folklore. Travelers and locals alike tell stories of its serpentine body glistening in the moonlight, evoking both fear and fascination. On a crisp autumn night, when the moon hangs low and bright, a hiker named Lucas found himself wandering away from the familiar trails, drawn by an unexplainable urge. The air buzzed with tension, as if the mountains themselves held their breath. He had heard the stories, how the Tatzelwurm could blend seamlessly into the rocky landscapes, only to spring forth with a speed that set hearts racing. Legends spoke of its fierce, cat-like head and the way its wicked eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. But as he continued his solitary trek, Lucas couldn't help but wonder if the tales were more than just tales. The wind howled around him, chilling him to the bone. Yet he pressed onward, curiosity gnawing at his mind. Was it true? Did the Tatzelwurm really exist? All around him, the mountains loomed like sentinels, ancient and wise, bearing witness to centuries of stories passed from generation to generation. Each whisper of the wind seemed to carry a piece of those tales, a warning, a thrill, an invitation. In the early 19th century, the Tatzelwurm had been documented in various journals and books, captivating the minds of naturalists and adventurers. Reports from shepherds spoke of its sudden appearances, described as a creature that could traverse both land and water with an ease that defied logic. Some claimed it had the body of a serpent, while others insisted it resembled a small dragon, with scales that shimmered like gemstones under the sun. Lucas felt a shiver run down his spine as he recalled the curious illustrations that accompanied those descriptions, each one more fantastical than the last. As Lucas reached a narrow ridge, a sense of unease settled in his stomach. The air grew thicker, charged with something electric. For a moment, he thought he saw a movement to his right, a flicker of a tail, perhaps. Heart racing, he turned, scanning the shadows that danced along the rocky outcrops. Nothing but the rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. Still, the stories lingered, feeding his imagination with vivid images of the Tatzelwurm lurking just beyond his sight. The locals often claimed that the Tatzelwurm was a guardian of the mountains, fiercely protective of its home. Tales recounted the fates of those who dared to encroach upon its territory, their stories always ending in a shuddering silence. Yet there were also whispers of those who had witnessed the creature up close, their eyes wide with awe rather than terror. They spoke of its grace, the way it maneuvered through the treacherous terrain as if it were part of the very landscape itself. Lucas paused, feeling the weight of the mountain upon him. Was he foolish to summon the Tatzelwurm with his thoughts? An icy gust swept through, sending a thrill of fear and excitement coursing through him. He could almost hear the echo of ancient voices, recounting tales of courage and folly, of those who had sought to prove the creature's existence only to vanish without a trace. Suddenly, a rustle broke the silence. Lucas's heart thudded in his chest as he turned sharply toward the sound. There, just at the edge of the light, the outline of something twisted and sinuous emerged. His breath caught as the figure revealed itself, a creature with a long, serpentine body and a head that resembled the feline beasts of the forest. The creature's eyes glimmered, a fiery orange that seemed to penetrate the darkness, locking onto Lucas with an intensity that made the very air seem to vibrate. Time stood still. Fear and wonder mingled within him, unspooling in an endless thread of emotion. The creature, the fabled Tatzelwurm, seemed as surprised by his presence as he was by its. For a heartbeat, they were suspended in a moment of mutual recognition, two beings from different worlds meeting under the watchful gaze of the stars. Then, with a swift motion, the Tatzelwurm darted away, disappearing into the shadows of the mountains, Lucas felt a pang of loss, a yearning to follow, to understand. But the creature had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving behind only the chill of the night and the echo of his own racing heart. The legends had not prepared him for this. The reality was far more vivid than the tales spun by firelight. Frantic thoughts tumbled through his mind. What had just happened? Had he truly seen the Tatzelwurm, or was it merely a trick of the light, a figment of his imagination fueled by years of stories? He wanted to believe, to hold on to the magic of that encounter, but doubt crept in like an unwelcome shadow. With a determined breath, Lucas pressed forward, driven by a mix of fear and exhilaration. The mountains were alive with possibility, the air thick with secrets waiting to be unraveled. Each step felt charged with an energy that promised more than just a fleeting glance. It hinted at a deeper connection to the legend that had enchanted generations before him. As he navigated the rocky path, the tension in the air seemed to shift. The mountains were watching, the stories woven into the stones and sky whispering to him in a language only his heart could understand. The Tatzelwurm might have eluded him, but it had left its mark, a spark of adventure igniting within him. Suddenly, a howl echoed across the valley, slicing through the night like a knife. Lucas froze, every instinct screaming at him to turn back. The howl was otherworldly, a sound that sent shivers down his spine, blending the line between man and beast. Was it warning him to leave, or beckoning him to venture deeper into the unknown? With each breath, the allure of the mountains grew stronger, entwining his fate with that of the elusive Tatzelwurm. He felt the call of the wild, a symphony of danger and wonder playing just for him. And as the shadows deepened, he steeled himself, knowing that the mountain held more than just legends. It held the key to a world that was waiting to be uncovered, a world where reality and myth danced together under the watchful gaze of the stars. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the rolling hills of East Africa as the evening air thickened with tension. In the small village of Nandi, whispers fluttered like dry leaves in the wind. A child clutched her mother's skirt, eyes wide with fear as stories of the Nandi bear slithered from one trembling lip to another. This creature was no ordinary beast. It was said to have the strength of a lion and the stealth of a shadow, prowling the night with an insatiable hunger. For generations, tales of the Nandi bear haunted the villagers. It was a creature born from the depths of their nightmares, a creature that roamed the forests and ravaged livestock. Some spoke of its shaggy, dark fur glistening under the moonlight, the size of a grizzly, but with the cunning of a predator. Others described its terrifying roar that echoed through the trees like the cry of an anguished spirit. With each retelling, the legend grew, feeding on fear and fascination. In the early 1900s, the whispers turned into frantic cries as farmers began to find their sheep and goats ripped to shreds, left behind as a gruesome message from the beast. Mothers warned their children not to stray too far, lest the Nandi bear snatch them away, never to be seen again. The elders gathered around flickering fires, recounting the story of a brave warrior who once faced the monster, only to vanish without a trace. The dark woods were no longer a backdrop for evening strolls, but a chilling reminder of the lurking terror. When a British explorer named John Henry Patterson arrived in the region, he was drawn to the tales like a moth to a flame. As a seasoned hunter, he dismissed the stories as nothing more than local superstition. But as the days turned into weeks and livestock continued to disappear, his skepticism began to wane. Settling into a nearby outpost, he soon became entangled in the web of fear that gripped the village. The villagers spoke of something strange, something that could not be explained by mere logic. On a fateful night in March 1900, Patterson decided to confront the beast. Armed with a rifle and a heart pounding with a mix of courage and trepidation, he ventured into the dark, tangled thickets that embraced the village. The moon hung high, casting an eerie glow that danced through the leaves. Each rustle of a branch sent shivers racing down his spine. What awaited him in the heart of the woods? The very air seemed to expect his arrival, thick with anticipation. Hours slipped by as silence engulfed him, broken only by the soft murmur of nocturnal creatures. Just as doubt began to creep into his mind, he heard it, a deep, guttural growl that curdled the blood in his veins. His pulse quickened, his grip tightened on the rifle as he instinctively crouched low. The growl came again, closer this time, vibrating through the ground. It was then he saw it, a hulking figure, just beyond the reach of the moonlight. The Nandi bear emerged, a monstrous silhouette against the starlit sky. Its eyes glowed like embers, fierce and wild, locking onto Patterson with a predatory stare. He felt a chill run through him, a primal fear that told him he stood before something not of this world. This was no ordinary bear. It was a beast of legend, a manifestation of humanity's deepest fears. As the creature took a step forward, muscles rippling beneath its thick fur, Patterson realized he was not merely hunting an animal, he was facing a living myth. In the days that followed, the creature danced through the village like a ghost, leaving behind carnage and chaos. It struck in the dead of night, dragging livestock into the shadows, leaving only bloody trails as evidence of its devastating power. Men gathered, armed with spears and torches, their faces a tapestry of determination and dread. A sense of urgency gripped the air. This beast had etched itself into their lives, demanding retribution. Every night they waited, hearts pounding as they listened for the telltale growl. The fear hung heavy, clinging to their souls like a thick fog. Patterson became both hunter and hunted. He set traps, laid bait, but each time the Nandi bear outsmarted him, slipping through his grasp like mist. The villagers began to doubt his prowess, their faith wavering like a flickering flame. Would this outsider be the one to conquer their demon, or would he too fall victim to the savage beast? Desperation clawed at his insides, twisting with the weight of the villagers' hopes. One moonless night, as the darkness swallowed the world whole, the villagers gathered at their meeting place. Eyes flicked nervously from shadow to shadow, breaths held in quiet anticipation. Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar shattered the stillness, echoing through the trees like a war cry. Patterson's heart raced as the sound reverberated in his chest. It was now or never. He raced into the woods, the landscape a blur around him, driven by the primal instinct to protect those who had put their faith in him. The darkness seemed alive, whispering secrets, taunting him with the scent of fear. He stumbled upon a clearing, the ground littered with remnants of the beast's previous hunts, bones, tufts of fur, and the remnants of lives lost. An unsettling feeling crept over him. He was not just hunting the creature, he was entering its domain. The air grew thick, electric with the promise of confrontation. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back, but he pushed forward, stepping into the realm of the Nandi bear. As he steadied his breath, he could hear the rustle of leaves nearby. Suddenly, the beast lunged from the shadows, a whirlwind of fur and rage. Patterson barely had time to raise his rifle before the world exploded into chaos. Every heartbeat echoed with raw emotion, a mix of fear, exhilaration, and the fierce determination to protect. The clash of hunter and hunted surged around him, a primal dance that transcended mere survival. In that moment, there was no past or future, only the instinct to fight against the shadows that threatened to consume them all. The line between man and monster blurred, as the night echoed with fearsome roars and desperate shouts. And somewhere in the depths of the forest, the story of the Nandi bear continued to weave itself into the fabric of history, a chilling reminder that some legends refuse to be silenced, lingering like specters in the dark, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The night air hung heavy with an unsettling stillness, a silence that felt too thick, like a blanket smothering the world. In the shadows of the towering pines, A figure shifted, its shape flickering like a dying flame. Under the pale light of the moon, the outline morphed and twisted, revealing not a man but something far more sinister. A skinwalker, a witch cloaked in the darkness of Navajo sorcery. Legends spoke of these malevolent beings, who could shed their human form and assume the guise of animals. They were shapeshifters, feared and revered, weaving through the fabric of Navajo culture like a dark thread that brought both awe and dread. It was said that to look into the eyes of a skinwalker was to stare into the abyss of one's own soul, where darkness lay in wait. In the arid expanse of the Southwest, tales of skinwalkers whispered through the canyons and danced along the windswept ridges. The Navajo people believed that these beings once walked among them, human beings who had dabbled in dark magic, allowing them to cross the boundaries of nature. To wield such power came at a grave price, the loss of one's humanity. The skinwalker roamed not simply as a shapeshifter, but as a harbinger of chaos, a creature who fed on fear and despair. Riding the chilling winds, a cacophony of howls pierced the night. It was said that a skinwalker could mimic any animal's sound, using this unholy gift to lure victims into the dark, desolate places where they would meet their doom. The elders warned the children not to venture out after sunset, for the shadows were alive with danger. It wasn't just caution, it was survival instinct echoing through generations. As the moon hung high, bathing the land in an eerie glow, a hunter named Ahote made his way through the rugged terrain. He was a man of the earth, skilled with his bow and arrow, but tonight there was an unsettling feeling gnawing at his gut, a whisper perhaps from the ancient spirits who watched over the land. The elders had spoken of a skinwalker seen prowling nearby, its eyes glinting with malicious intent. He recalled the stories told around the fire, of a skinwalker who had taken the form of a coyote, luring unsuspecting travelers away, never to return. Ahote's heart raced as he moved silently through the underbrush, his senses heightened. The rustling leaves held secrets, and the wind carried a scent he couldn't quite place, a mixture of damp earth and something foul, something wrong. He paused, listening, every nerve in his body taut with expectation. What haunted him wasn't just the tale of the creature, but the chilling realization that the stories were rooted in truth. There were dark forces at play, waiting for a chance to strike. Suddenly, a figure darted past him, low and quick, a flash of fur against the moonlight. Ahote's instincts kicked in. Without a second thought, he reached for his bow, anchoring an arrow with trembling hands. His breath caught in his throat as he peered into the shadows, searching. The creature emerged, an enormous coyote, its eyes glowing like embers, locking onto his with a knowing glare. Every creature has its own look, but this one felt different. As if it was not merely an animal, but something more, something ancient and powerful. The coyote tilted its head as if gauging his fear. Ahote's mind raced with stories of skinwalkers, of their ability to read thoughts and emotions, to prey upon the weaknesses of a heart. He had heard of those who had succumbed to their lure, drawn in by the promise of power or revenge, only to lose their own identities in the process. Then, without warning, the coyote shifted, the transformation so fluid it defied the laws of nature. In a blink, the animal was gone, replaced by a figure draped in darkness, a woman. Her features twisted into a wicked grin that chilled Ahote to his core. She wore a necklace of bone, a symbol of her craft, and her laughter echoed like thunder, reverberating off the canyon walls. "Why do you wander in the night, brave hunter?" she taunted, her voice sultry yet sinister. "Do you seek power, a taste of what lies beyond?" Ahote felt an urge to flee, but his feet remained rooted to the ground, entranced by her words. He thought of the elders' warnings, the tales of those who had dared challenge a skinwalker and paid the price. Yet curiosity mingled with fear, and he found himself wanting to know more, to understand the darkness that lay before him. "Leave me be," he managed to say, though his voice trembled. "I seek no power, only the truth of my people." "Oh, but the truth is far more twisted than you can imagine," she replied, stepping closer, her eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. "What if I told you that the stories you cherish hold more than mere warning? What if I showed you the power that flows through the veins of the earth?" The ground beneath Ahote's feet felt alive, vibrating with a strange energy. He could sense an ancient force stirring, pulling at the edges of his consciousness. The night seemed to pulse, shadows swirling as if beckoning him closer. Even as he fought against her allure, he could feel the darkness seeping in, wrapping around his heart, whispering promises of strength and revenge. Then, just as quickly as she appeared, the skinwalker took a step back, her laughter fading into the night. The moonlight caught her features, revealing the feral beauty interlaced with something otherworldly and terrifying. "Remember this night, Hunter, for the shadows have ears and they will whisper your name when you least expect it." With that, she vanished into the darkness, leaving Ahote trembling, the weight of her words settling like a thick fog in his mind. He stood alone, the echoes of her laughter mingling with the wind, a haunting reminder that the fabric of reality was thinner than he had ever believed. The air grew colder as dawn approached, yet Ahote felt a fire igniting within him, a mix of fear and curiosity. The legends were no longer mere stories. They were woven into the very bones of the earth. And as he turned to leave the woods, he knew this was only the beginning. The darkness would always lurk just beyond the light, waiting for its moment to strike again. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the Albanian Alps, carrying whispers of ancient tales and restless spirits. As shadows stretched across the craggy hills, a sense of unease settled over the villages nestled within the valleys. The moon, a pale witness in the night sky, illuminated the twisted branches of the trees, casting eerie shapes that danced like phantoms. It was said that when the moon was full, the Striga would awaken. The Striga, a creature born from fear and folklore, prowled the lonely nights, haunting the dreams of the unsuspecting. It was not merely a vampire, it was a being of both life and death, a bridge between the living and the lost souls that wandered the earth. In the dim light of candlelit homes, terrified whispers spoke of the Striga's dark powers, its ability to drain the very essence of life from its victims, leaving them pallid and lifeless. Local legends told of a woman named Arta, who had become the subject of hushed conversations in the village. Once vibrant and full of life, she had been transformed after a series of tragic events. Her husband had vanished one fateful night, swallowed by the mists that wrapped around the mountain. Heartbroken and alone, Arta had begun to spend her nights wandering the forests, searching for him among the shadows. It was during one of these moonlit vigils that she encountered the Striga, who offered her the power to reclaim what she had lost. But power came at a terrible price. The Striga fed on sorrow and despair, twisting Arta's heart. In exchange for the strength to bring back the dead, she sacrificed a piece of herself, her humanity fading with each passing night. Friends and family began to notice the change in her. A haunting glow in her eyes, a chill in her presence. The once loved woman became a figure of dread, lurking near the edge of the village, her whispers weaving through the air like a spell. The villagers shared tales of strange occurrences, cattle found drained of blood, children waking in the night, screaming of nightmares filled with shadowy figures. Some claimed to have seen Arta at the break of dawn, her silhouette gliding toward the mountains, where the air thickened with ancient magic and lingering darkness. Each morning, the sun rose higher in the sky, but it offered little comfort to those who felt the curse of the Striga creeping into their lives. In the crowded tavern, where men gathered to share stories over rough wine, the air thickened with tension. Old Miri, a wrinkled woman with a voice like gravel, recounted the tale of the Striga's curse with a shiver. "They say she can pierce your heart just with her gaze, she warned, her eyes darting to the window as if expecting Arta to appear. "You may think you can resist her, but once you hear her call, it's too late." One fateful night, a brave soul named Leek decided to confront the haunting figure that had tormented his village. Armed with nothing but an iron dagger and a heart full of determination, he ventured into the dark woods, guided by the silver light of the moon. The trees loomed above him like ancient sentinels, their branches whispering secrets of those who had come before him. As he journeyed deeper, Leek felt an unshakable presence, a weight on his chest that grew heavier with each step. Then, from the shadows, Arta emerged. Her beauty was unearthly, but her face bore the weight of sorrow. "Why do you disturb my search?" she asked, her voice a chilling melody that sent shivers down his spine. "I come to free you from this curse," Leek replied, trying to muster courage as the air thickened with tension. "You are not the Striga. You can still be saved." Her laughter echoed like a distant storm, a sound filled with both longing and despair. The darkness around them surged, wrapping around Leek like a cold embrace. "You think you can save me? I have tasted the power, and it is intoxicating," she hissed, her eyes glinting with a feral hunger. "Join me, and together we can reign over the shadows." But Leek stood firm, heart racing as he plunged the dagger into the earth, a symbol of his resolve. "You are not a monster. You're still Arta, the woman we love. You can fight this," he shouted, desperation mingling with hope. In that moment, something flickered within her. A memory, a trace of the woman she once was? But the Striga was powerful, feeding on the despair woven into the very fabric of the night. The struggle within her was palpable, a battle between the darkness that sought to consume her and the faint glimmers of humanity that still lingered. As the two figures stood locked in a tense standoff, the wind picked up, howling through the trees, carrying the scent of damp earth and a warning of approaching dawn. The villagers stirred in their sleep, oblivious to the fate of one of their own, while Leek felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. Would he be able to rescue Arta from the clutches of the Striga, or would she forever be lost in the abyss of her own pain? The moon watched silently, a cold witness to the drama unfolding beneath its glow, while the mountains stood like guardians, hiding their secrets beneath layers of stone and history. The air shimmered with an energy that seemed to pulse, alive with the potential for both salvation and despair. And as the first rays of sunlight began to creep over the horizon, the moment of truth loomed closer, a heart-stopping climax where hope and horror intertwined. Every heartbeat echoed in the silence, every breath thick with anticipation. The struggle between light and darkness danced in the shadows, teetering on the edge of fate, as the villagers remained blissfully unaware of the battle raging just beyond the veil of their peaceful lives. The Striga's dark powers loomed large, a reminder that some stories are never truly finished, only waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The cold mist hung over Loch Ness, wrapping its tendrils around the ancient stones of Urquhart Castle. The sun struggled to break through, casting a ghostly light over the shimmering waters that concealed secrets as old as time itself. A sense of something lurking beneath the surface, something alive yet unseen, pricked the spine of anyone daring to look. As a fisherman cast his line, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, as if the very depths of the loch held its breath, waiting for the right moment to reveal what lay beneath. For centuries, whispers of a creature, a monster, have curled through the hills surrounding Loch Ness like the curling mists. Known as Nessie, this enigmatic being has captured the imagination of locals and visitors alike, driving them to the shores, eyes scanning the rippling water for a glimpse of the impossible. The first written account of something strange in these waters dates back to the 6th century, when an Irish monk named Saint Columba encountered a water beast. According to the legend, Columba managed to frighten the creature away, saving a local man from its grasp. Was this the first brush with the legendary Loch Ness monster? Over the years, tales continued to emerge, each adding layers to the creature's mythology. In the 1930s, a photograph taken by a surgeon named Robert Kenneth Wilson stirred the world into a frenzy. Often referred to as the surgeon's photo, it seemed to capture a long-necked creature rising from the water. The image was grainy and mysterious, leaving room for doubt yet igniting the imaginations of thousands. Was this proof of Nessie's existence or merely a clever hoax? The debate raged on, fueling even more sightings and stories. The loch itself, with its dark, cold waters, seemed alive, breathing in the stories that danced around its banks. Locals told of strange ripples, of long shapes gliding beneath the surface. Fishermen spoke of missing fish, as if something more than nature had taken residence in the loch. Tourists arrived in droves, armed with cameras and hope, all eager to catch a glimpse of the extraordinary. Kids would gather on the banks, their laughter cutting through the silence as they imagined themselves on grand adventures, heroes battling the beast that lurked just out of sight. As the years rolled on, the Loch Ness Monster transformed from a local legend into a global phenomenon. Books piled high on shelves, documentaries filled screens, and the myth seeped into mainstream culture, captivating hearts all over the world. Yet, for every photograph that sparked hope, there were skeptics with their magnifying glasses, dissecting every shadow, every wave. Was it a log? A wave? The imagination was a powerful tool, capable of crafting monsters from mere reflections and shadows. But still, the mystery remained. The loch's depths hold more than just water. They hold history. Ancient stones tell tales of time gone by, of battles fought and lost, of creatures both real and imagined. Each sighting added to the archives of folklore, connecting generations with the same threads of curiosity and fear. People began to feel that Nessie was not just a creature, she was a guardian of the loch, a symbol of the untamed wilderness that refused to be tamed by the modern world. In the late 60s, a team of researchers equipped with sonar technology scanned the waters, hoping to bring the legend into the realm of science. What they found was astonishing. Something large and shadowy moving beneath the surface, a form that made hearts race and imaginations flare. Was it Nessie, or simply a school of fish? The scientists' faces were painted with excitement and disbelief, mirroring those of the hopeful tourists on the banks. Another wave of sightings emerged, each more vivid and compelling than the last. An eyewitness claimed to have seen a head and neck rising majestically from the water, glistening in the sunlight like the scales of a dragon. Those who heard the story felt their hearts quicken, their breaths hitching in their throats. The very possibility sent shivers down their spines, awakening a primal fear mixed with unyielding curiosity. Yet, just as the legend grew, so did the skepticism. In 1994, an alleged body of the monster was revealed, only to be unveiled as nothing more than a clever trick, a rubber model that caused disappointment and a hint of betrayal. But did that stop the fervor? Not in the slightest. If anything, it fueled more sightings, more stories, and an even deeper desire to believe. As the century turned, Nessie's tale became intertwined with the fabric of Scottish identity. The loch was no longer just a body of water. It was a canvas painted with every story ever told about the creature that resided within. The folklore expanded, weaving Nessie into songs, art, and even souvenirs. Shops flourished with trinkets and charms that bore her name, each a talisman of hope and mystery. The mists still swirl above the loch as tourists gather in the shadows of the castle ruins, their eyes wide with anticipation. Will today be the day they see something unusual? Will the tale be added to the extensive library of sightings? Every ripple of the water could be a sign, a promise of the fantastic lurking just out of view. The tension hangs in the air, thick and electric, as stories from the past collide with the hopes of the present, creating a bond that stretches across generations. In this place of legend, where fact and fiction intertwine seamlessly, The narrative of the Loch Ness Monster continues to unfold, tantalizing the minds of all who dare to dream. The water whispers secrets, and the hills echo with stories of old. The truth may be elusive, but the heart of the legend beats on, forever lingering just beneath the surface, waiting for someone brave enough to seek it out. And in that waiting, the anticipation grows. What if it's real? What if, just beyond the shimmering waves, lies an adventure waiting to be embraced? The loch holds its breath, and so do those who stand on its banks, their eyes sparkling with the thrill of the unknown. In the shivering silence of twilight, the ancient trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand. Shadows danced between the trunks, and somewhere in the distance the soft crunch of leaves hinted at a presence. The Shannech, those mischievous guardians of the forest, were near, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells, echoing through the underbrush. They were the hidden spirits of the wild, both protectors and tricksters, and the very pulse of the verdant world surrounded by mystery. As night painted the landscape in shades of indigo and black, one could feel the tension in the air thicken. These small, elusive beings were not mere folklore but ancient watchers, holding the fragile balance between nature and man. To walk alone in their domain was to tread a fine line, where the innocent could become lost, and the bold might find more than they bargained for. Visitors to the forest often spoke of the eerie feeling that enveloped them, as if unseen eyes were upon them, weighing their intentions and measuring their worth. According to age-old tales passed down through generations, the Shannech stood no taller than a child, adorned with garments made of leaves and moss. Their skin shimmered like the bark of the oldest trees, and their eyes sparkled like dewdrops at dawn. Mischievous yet wise, playful yet cautious. Many had claimed to see them flitting between branches, their laughter echoing like a melody that both lured and warned. It was said that they knew every secret of the forest, each rustling leaf and moaning branch, and they would not hesitate to protect their home from those who dared to harm it. Beneath the canopy, where the sunlight struggled to breach, the Shannech moved with a grace that seemed unnatural. They played games with the wind and called to the animals, weaving a tapestry of life in the shadows. When the forest was disturbed, be it by the sound of axes or the clatter of hooves, the Shannechs would rise in a tempest of fury. It was said that those who dared to chop down a tree without reverence would find their way home lost, wandering in circles until the sun set and the darkness swallowed them whole. Yet these guardians were not merely vengeful spirits. No, their hearts held a deeper complexity. They were protectors of the innocent, often guiding lost children back to safety or leading weary travelers away from dangerous paths. There was a tale of a young girl named Lila, who had strayed too far from her village, lulled by the beauty of the shimmering forest. As darkness enveloped her, fear crept in like a cold wind. Just as despair began to take root in her heart, a gentle rustle drew her attention. A flicker of movement caught her eye, and there, perched on a low branch, was a Shanneka, a smile playing on its tiny lips. With a wave of its hand, it beckoned her forward, leading her through the twists and turns of the underbrush until the familiar sight of her village appeared. Lila, though frightened, felt a warmth spread through her chest, an understanding that she was not alone in that vast wilderness. The Shannechs were her friends, guardians watching over her, but they were also bearers of a warning. Respect the land, for it was alive and pulsing with magic. But as the moon hung in the night sky, casting silvery beams across the forest floor, the mood shifted. The shadows thickened, and the laughter of the Shannechs turned to an eerie silence. Rumors spread through the villages of a strange force corrupting the woods. Stories of trees withering and animals disappearing filled the air like a thick smoke that choked the breath of life from the land. Some villagers, driven by greed, sought to exploit the forest's resources, believing they could conquer its spirits. But the Shannechs, ever vigilant, could not stand idly by. A group of loggers, armed with axes and saws, ventured into the depths of the forest with a determination that stirred the very soul of the earth. The Chanekas, sensing the disturbance, gathered around their ancient oak, the oldest tree in the grove. Their faces etched with concern. They began to murmur spells, echoing incantations that had been whispered through centuries, binding them to the heart of the forest. As the loggers struck their first blow against the mighty trunk, a great wind howled through the trees, and a thunderous roar echoed across the land. Then, in a blinding flash, the Shaneks revealed themselves. Tiny figures emerged from the shadows, their faces fierce and resolute, eyes blazing with a light that pierced the darkness. The air crackled with energy as they conjured illusions of the forest's beauty. Vivid colors swirling, flowers blooming, animals dancing, until the loggers, mesmerized, dropped their tools, their ambition crumbling in the face of such splendor. It was not just the beauty that captivated them, but the realization of the life that pulsed beneath their very feet. But the Shaneks were not without their own trials. As they fought to protect their home, a rift began to form between the spirit world and that of men. The greed that invaded the hearts of some threatened to drown out the harmony that had existed for centuries. The forest, once a sanctuary, felt the weight of despair heavy upon its branches. The laughter of the Shaneks became strained, their playful spirits dimmed by the struggles they faced. In that moment, a choice loomed large. It was a choice between destruction and salvation, and the fate of the forest hung in the balance. Would the Shaneks continue to guard their home, risking everything to keep the balance, or would they fade into the whispers of the wind, leaving humanity to reap the consequences of its own actions? The tension crackled like a thunderstorm waiting to unleash its fury, the Shaneks' resolve tested to its very core. As the moon rose higher, casting ghostly shadows against the ancient trees, the air filled with the intoxicating aroma of earth and life. A promise unspoken lingered. Each heartbeat echoed the age-old tale of the Shaneks, guardians of the forest, reminding all who dared to listen that they were not just unseen spirits but a vital part of the world, woven into the fabric of nature itself. The time for reckoning was near, and the forest held its breath, waiting for the next move in a game that spanned generations, a game where the stakes were nothing less than the soul of the earth. The wind howled through the ancient trees, carrying whispers of a creature long thought to be mere myth, a beast that roamed the shadowy depths of the Chinese wilderness. It was a moonless night, where darkness clung to the ground like a heavy fog, wrapping the world in an unsettling silence. Deep within the rugged mountains of Hubei province, the legend of the Yeren, a wild man, part human and part mystery, came alive, sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to speak of him. For centuries, tales of the Yeren echoed through the villages nestled at the foot of the mountains. Each story was a variation, woven from the threads of fear, curiosity, and the thrill of the unknown. Some spoke of his towering height, covered in coarse hair, with sharp, glistening eyes that seemed to pierce through the very soul. Others claimed he possessed a howl that could send even the bravest hunter fleeing into the night, heart-pounding and breathless. The Yeren was not just a man. He was an enigma, an embodiment of nature's raw power. In 1976, the legend ignited once more when a group of local farmers stumbled upon enormous footprints while tending to their fields. The tracks were unlike anything they had ever seen, too large for any animal known to inhabit the area. Panic and excitement rippled through the community, fueled by stories of encounters and sightings. Elders recalled tales of their grandparents, who spoke of a time when the Yeren would appear at dusk, blending seamlessly with the shadows. As the news of the footprint spread, researchers and adventurers from all corners of the world flocked to Hubei, each hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. Armed with cameras and dreams, they ventured into the wilderness, driven by the thrill of discovery and the fear of what lay in the depths of the forest. But the mountains were unforgiving, with their steep cliffs and dense underbrush guarding their secrets fiercely. One such adventurer was a young scientist named Li Chen, whose childhood was filled with stories of the Yeren told by his grandmother. He grew up captivated by the wild man's story, spending endless nights imagining what it would be like to encounter him. Now, on the cusp of a thrilling expedition, Li couldn't shake the feeling that the Yeren was more than just a tale. He was a connection to a forgotten past, a living relic of humanity's primal roots. The expedition team set up camp at the forest's edge, their fire flickering like a heartbeat against the vast, dark wilderness. As night fell, the air grew thick with tension, and the sounds of the forest transformed into a symphony of rustling leaves and distant animal calls. Li felt alive, every nerve ending tingling with anticipation. Yet beneath the excitement lay an undercurrent of fear. What if the stories were true? What if the Yeren was watching them, hidden just beyond the trees? Days turned into weeks, and the forest revealed its secrets slowly. They found remnants of nests high in the trees, strange howls that echoed during the night, and even more footprints, each step larger than the last. Li's heart raced with every discovery, a mix of wonder and dread. He could feel the Yeren's presence, as if the wild man was teasing them, leading them deeper into his realm, where the air was thick with mystery and danger. One evening, as storm clouds rolled in, darkening the horizon, the team was jolted by a spine-chilling scream that cut through the silence like a knife. It was a sound that no animal could produce, an unearthly cry that sent the hair on the back of their necks standing upright. Li's pulse quickened. They had come so close. The Yeren was no longer just a story. He and his team decided to track the sound, hearts pounding as they navigated through the thick underbrush. The rain began to pour, drenching them, but they pressed on, fueled by adrenaline and the hope of coming face to face with the creature that had haunted their dreams. The forest was alive with energy, every shadow a reminder of the unseen. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a clearing. The air hung heavy with tension, and for a brief moment, silence enveloped them. Then they saw him, a figure standing against the backdrop of the thick trees, half hidden but unmistakably there. The Yeren. He was massive, with wild hair that caught the wind, and those piercing eyes that seemed to glow in the dim light. Time stood still, the world fading into oblivion, leaving only the wild man and the thrill of the unknown. Before they could react, the creature turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a lingering sense of both awe and terror. The team stood frozen, breathless, grappling with the reality of what they had just witnessed. They had seen the Yeren, but what did it mean? Was he friend or foe? Protector of the wilderness or a ghost from a bygone era? Li felt a deep connection to the wild man, a tug at his very soul. The Yeren was not just a legend. He was a reminder of the wildness that still existed in the world. A force of nature that dared to live outside the bounds of civilization. As the rain fell harder, washing away their footprints, Li knew this was just the beginning. The Yeren would call to them again, a haunting echo in the depths of the forest, a whisper in the wind that would draw them back into the wilderness where secrets lingered, waiting to be uncovered. In that moment, the line between man and myth blurred, and the adventure was far from over. The wilderness held its breath, the Yeren watching from the shadows, a silent guardian of stories untold, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In the dim light of a full moon, the small village of San Antonio lay still, the air thick with an unsettling silence. Only the rustle of leaves and the distant croaking of frogs dared to interrupt the calm. But beneath this veneer of tranquility lurked something sinister, something ancient. The whispers of the aswang, the Filipino night-stalking monster, slithered through the shadows, chilling the bones of those who still dared to speak its name. To the villagers, the aswang was not mere folklore but a palpable terror. They believed it could take on many forms, sometimes a beautiful woman, sometimes a fearsome beast. It was said that on moonless nights, this creature roamed the outskirts, its hunger for flesh insatiable. Eyes glimmering like embers, the Aswang haunted the dreams of children, and even the bravest of men felt their hearts quicken at the sound of a rustling bush. Old Lola Maria, the village elder, often recounted tales of the Aswang around flickering candles. Her voice trembled like the flame as she warned, "Do not stray far from home after sunset. It is said that the Aswang loves to prey on those who wander." The villagers would gather, wide-eyed and trembling as they listened to her stories. The little ones clung tightly to their mothers, and the older siblings held hands, the weight of fear pressing down upon them. But it was not just the children who were wary. Many a man had returned from the fields, pale-faced and shaking, sharing stories of strange shadows darting between the trees. "I saw it," one would exclaim, his voice barely a whisper. "A figure, beautiful but wrong. It smiled at me, but its teeth were sharp as blades." The villagers would nod, their faces somber as they recalled stories passed down through generations. Clues of the Aswang's presence were woven into the fabric of everyday life. In the early mornings, as the sun stretched its golden rays across the sky, villagers would find their livestock unnaturally restless. Chickens would cackle wildly, and goats would bleat nervously as if sensing the dark force that roamed the night. It was said that the Aswang could shapeshift into a bird, soaring above the homes just before hunting. The eerie silence that enveloped the village would be broken only by the flutter of wings, a reminder of the lurking danger. On one fateful night, a young man named Miguel, emboldened by the tales of bravery passed among his peers, decided to test the boundaries of his courage. He crept out of his home, heart pounding, the thrill of adventure coursing through his veins. As he stepped into the thick darkness, he could feel the eyes of the village watching from their windows, filled with a mix of concern and disapproval. With every step, the air grew colder, more oppressive. The shadows danced around him, twisting in ways that seemed almost alive. The moon cast an eerie glow, illuminating the path ahead but also bringing forth the creeping dread that the Aswang was near. Miguel scoffed at the stories as he ventured deeper into the woods, but with each crack of a twig underfoot, his bravado waned. Suddenly, a chilling howl broke the silence, sending shivers down his spine. He turned, heart racing as he caught sight of something lurking among the trees. It was a figure, tall and shadowy, its eyes glowing with a hunger that made his stomach twist. Panic surged through him as he stumbled backward, the stories of old flooding his mind. A woman with long, twisted fingers, a creature that could consume the very essence of life. The Aswang, in its true form, was a sight to behold. Its skin glistened like oil, a grotesque shimmer of unnatural beauty. It wore the face of a beloved villager, a woman he had known all his life. But the smile that graced her lips morphed into something cruel, something predatory. "Miguel," it cooed, the voice a sugary lure veiling its true nature. "Come closer. I won't bite." Miguel felt the ground shift beneath him, as if the very earth was warning him to flee. He turned and ran, the sound of his pounding heart drowned by the frantic beating of wings overhead. He could hear the creature behind him, its laughter echoing, a chilling melody that danced with the wind. The tales weren't just tales. They were warnings, ancient truths that had been ignored in his youthful bravado. As he sprinted, he remembered the remedy that Lola Maria had spoken of. A simple garlic clove could keep the Aswang at bay. He cursed himself for not listening, for letting curiosity draw him into the jaws of night. The village lay ahead, a beacon of safety, but the shadows seemed to stretch, reaching for him with ghostly fingers. Just as he reached the edge of the village, Miguel dared to glance back, and what he saw froze his blood. The Aswang had transformed into a monstrous creature, its form shifting and twisting, no longer masked by the illusion of humanity. It was a thing of nightmares, flesh tearing away to reveal fangs dripping with the promise of carnage. The air was thick with malice as it let out a blood-curdling screech that shattered the night. In the safety of the village, the elders had started to gather, sensing the disturbance in the air. They knew the tales all too well and prepared themselves, clutching their talismans and charms. As the haunting cries of the Aswang echoed through the trees, the villagers braced for the battle that loomed. They understood that the darkness of the Aswang was not just a monster, it was the embodiment of their fears, their history, and the very essence of survival in a world where shadows could devour the light. As the confrontation approached, the air crackled with tension, and the night held its breath, waiting to see who would emerge victorious. The desperate villagers armed with their ancestral wisdom or the insatiable hunger of the Aswang, the eternal night stalker that thrived on fear. The chilling tales woven through generations were about to become a living nightmare, and the threshold between myth and reality blurred as the fight for survival began. In the shadow of the Great Pyramids, a figure looms, massive, majestic, and enigmatic. The Sphinx, with the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh, stirs wonder and fear in the hearts of all who gaze upon it. Its stone gaze pierces through centuries, a guardian of secrets and riddles that have perplexed the greatest minds. There it sits, silent yet speaking volumes, wrapped in the dust of millennia, inviting whispers of the past to echo in the present. The Sphinx was built during the reign of Pharaoh Khafra, around 2500 BCE, a time when the sun reigned supreme over Egypt, gilding the sands and casting long shadows. Each grain of sand surrounding it tells a story of the men and women who toiled, who dreamed, and who begged for the favor of the gods. The Sphinx stands not just as a monument, but as a testament to the sheer ambition of a civilization that dared to reach for eternity. Its presence is felt in every breath of the warm desert wind, which carries tales of gods, pharaohs, and unsolved mysteries. As the sun sets, the landscape transforms. The Sphinx's shadow stretches like a giant's hand, clutching the earth, and for a moment, one can almost hear the whispers of ancient Egyptians. They speak of their kings and queens, of the rituals that shaped their lives, the royal family of the Fourth Dynasty. Their blood runs like the Nile, rich and powerful but burdened with expectations and secrets. Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, all intertwined in a royal web that both binds and isolates them. Each of them played a role in the grand narrative of their time, but it was Khafre who left the most haunting mark. The Sphinx is a riddle personified. Legends say that it spoke to those who dared approach. Imagine the thrill and terror of standing before it, knowing it could demand your wisdom or condemn you to silence. The tale of Oedipus comes alive again as one envisions the encounter, his heart pounding as he answers the riddle. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? The stakes were high, failure meant death, but success promised glory. The Sphinx fed on the fears and hopes of men, growing ever more enigmatic as time wore on. In the dim light of the setting sun, it's easy to feel the weight of the ages pressing down. The kingdom of Egypt was built on the backs of countless laborers, their hands calloused from stone and sand, their voices silenced by the might of the pharaohs. The Sphinx stood as a reminder of their struggles and aspirations. It was a monument not only for the kings, but also for the souls lost to time. One can almost hear the echoes of their laughter, their tears as they gathered in its presence, seeking to understand the very essence of life itself. The artisans who sculpted the Sphinx must have felt the tension in each chisel stroke. They poured their hearts into the stone, whispering prayers for the afterlife, for favor from the gods. Their hands, trembling with reverence and fear, transformed solid rock into an enduring symbol of strength and mystery. What sacrifices did they make for a legacy that would outlast them? What dreams did they carve into the face of that majestic creature, hoping it would watch over their descendants for generations to come? But the passage of time is unyielding. The Sphinx has witnessed the rise and fall of empires. It has watched as conquerors strode across the sands, their ambitions towering over the ruins of what once was. Napoleon Bonaparte, captivated by the mystery of Egypt, stood before it in 1798, gazing up at the ancient guardian, lost in its allure. What thoughts danced through his mind? Did he see the echoes of his own ambition reflected in its stone visage? Or was he merely another fleeting moment in the Sphinx's eternal watch? The desert winds carry tales of treasure and tombs, of pharaohs buried with their riches, hoping to carry their wealth into the afterlife. Yet the Sphinx remains a sentinel, guarding not just gold, but the very essence of life and death. Many have come seeking answers, but more often than not, they leave with more questions than they arrived with, staring deep into the Sphinx's eyes, searching for a glimpse of truth, but finding only shadows. As night falls, the stars twinkle above like scattered diamonds, their distant light a reminder of the universe's vastness. The Sphinx stands still, a silhouette against a canvas of shimmering constellations. The air is thick with anticipation, as if the very fabric of time is woven into the atmosphere. It's a moment that hangs, suspended in eternity, echoing the tension between knowledge and mystery. What lies beneath the Sphinx? Is there a hidden chamber, a secret waiting to be unveiled? Archaeologists and adventurers have come and gone, each hopeful that they might unlock the Sphinx's mysteries. They dig and probe, yet the answers often elude them, slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. With each new discovery, the Sphinx becomes an even greater enigma, its riddles deepening as the world advances, blurring the lines between myth and reality. With every heartbeat, the legend of the Sphinx grows, entwined with the stories of those who came before. It evokes a sense of longing, a yearning for understanding, for connection to the past. The mysteries it holds are not just about stones and statues. They ripple through time, affecting the lives of those who dare to wonder and dream. The Sphinx serves as a bridge, connecting the living with the departed, whispering tales of royalty and riddles, of glory and despair. As the night deepens, the Sphinx remains vigilant, a guardian of history, watching over the sands that have shifted beneath it for thousands of years. It sits at the crossroads of time, a living testament to the ambitions and fears of humanity. Those who dare to approach it are drawn to its presence, caught in a web of emotions that swirl like the desert winds. And just as they feel they are on the verge of understanding, the Sphinx remains silent, holding its secrets tightly, inviting them to ponder, to question, and to dream, forever ensnared in a timeless dance of riddles and royalty. Thunder cracked across the darkened sky, echoing through the valleys as if the heavens themselves were answering a call. A figure stood at the edge of a precipice, eyes wide with both fear and wonder, sensing the arrival of something ancient and powerful. The wind howled, swirling leaves and dust in a frenzied dance, carrying whispers from ages past. This was not just a storm, it was the unmistakable herald of the Thunderbird, a magnificent creature of legend, a being that brought both destruction and renewal. Among the Native American tribes, the Thunderbird was more than just a myth. For the Ojibwe, the Lakota, and countless others, it was a vital force of nature, wielding lightning like a sword and stirring the winds with its wings. It soared across the skies, embodying the very essence of power and mystery, a reminder of nature's unpredictable might. In the tales told by elders around crackling fires, it was said that the Thunderbird had the ability to create storms, and with each flap of its wings, it could summon thunder that rattled the bones of the earth. On one fateful night, when the air hung thick with tension, a young boy named Kimo stood outside his village, straining to see through the curtain of rain. He had heard the stories, the warnings, the songs sung by those who came before him, but nothing could prepare him for the moment he witnessed the fabled creature. As lightning split the sky, illuminating the darkness, Kimo gasped. There it was, the Thunderbird, its massive form silhouetted against the storm. It was a beast of breathtaking beauty, with feathers that glimmered like gemstones, reflecting the electric light of the tempest. Kimo felt a shiver race down his spine. The stories spoke of a connection between the Thunderbird and the people. Some believed that those who dared to look into the eyes of the Thunderbird would receive a blessing, while others warned of the wrath that could come from angering such a force. As the wind howled louder, Kimo sensed that this encounter would change him forever. In that moment, he was not merely a boy. He was a part of something larger, a thread woven into the fabric of creation. In the village, his elders had taught him the sacred songs that honored the Thunderbird. They spoke of how the creature protected the land and its people, punishing those who misused nature's gifts. But they also shared tales of compassion and understanding, of the balance that the Thunderbird maintained between chaos and harmony. Kimo had heard how, during times of drought, the Thunderbird would rise into the sky, unleashing its powerful storms to quench the parched earth. Each tale was a reminder of the intricate bond between the people and the natural world. The rain intensified, drumming against the earth like the heartbeat of the world. Kimo stood firm, feeling the electric charge in the air. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the chaos, resonating deep within him. "I am the voice of the storm," it seemed to say. "I bring life, and I bring death. Know my power, and know my heart." The boy's heart raced. This was not just a creature of legend, but a living force, a spirit that demanded respect and reverence. As the storm raged on, Kimo recalled the tales of those who had seen the Thunderbird before him. Some claimed to have felt its spirit brush against their souls, a warm glow that filled them with hope and courage. Others spoke of the terror that followed a storm, of homes destroyed and lives lost. Yet the balance remained, and in the wake of destruction, new life would emerge. The cycle of death and rebirth was part of the Thunderbird's legacy, a truth woven into the stories passed down through generations. With each flash of lightning, Kimo felt the ground tremble beneath him, as if nature itself was alive and aware of his presence. The Thunderbird soared closer, the sound of its wings like thunderclaps, shaking the very air around him. Kimo's heart raced, a mix of fear and exhilaration coursing through him. Was he chosen to witness this power, or was he mere prey in the storm's path? The answer hung in the air, thick and electric, waiting for him to grasp it. The village stirred in the distance, shouts rising as people rushed to shelter. They knew the signs, the warnings etched in their hearts. But Kimo felt rooted to the spot, drawn to the spectacle unfolding before him. The Thunderbird, a symbol of strength and wild beauty, seemed to call to him, inviting him into the storm's embrace. As the rain lashed against his skin, he could almost hear the thunder singing a melody of ancient wisdom, weaving through the chaos. Suddenly, the storm shifted, and with a deafening roar, the Thunderbird unleashed its fury. Lightning crackled and split the sky, illuminating the landscape in a haunting glow. Trees bowed under the force, and the wind howled like a chorus of spirits. Kimo fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the moment. He was no longer just a spectator. He felt the storm coursing through him, the pulse of the earth resonating in his very being. In that instant, he understood the true nature of the Thunderbird. It was not just a bringer of storms, but a guardian of balance. Through chaos, it taught resilience. Through destruction, it fostered new beginnings. Kimo's fears began to dissolve, replaced by a profound sense of connection. He lifted his head, locking eyes with the magnificent creature above, feeling a bond that transcended time and space. With a final crack of thunder, the storm began to dissipate, the sky slowly clearing. The Thunderbird, its wings now silhouetted against the fading light, soared high above, a majestic figure against the canvas of the heavens. As the first rays of sun pierced through the clouds, Kimo realized that the storm was over, but its impact resonated within him. He felt transformed, a part of the greater narrative that spoke of life, death, and rebirth. And as the villagers emerged from their shelters, eyes wide with awe and gratitude, Chemo knew this was only the beginning. The stories of the Thunderbird would continue to echo through time, each telling a thread in the tapestry of existence. With each new storm, a new chapter would unfold, and Chemo, now forever changed, would carry the spirit of the Thunderbird within him wherever he went. The Stormbringer had left its mark, and the dance between the people and the thunderous skies would echo on, an eternal cycle woven into the very fabric of their lives. A chill swept through the air, wrapping itself around the lonely roads of rural Ireland. Night enveloped the land like a thick, inky cloak, and as the moon rose high, a haunting sound pierced the night. The distant clatter of hooves echoing against the cobblestones. With every beat, the pulse of an ancient tale thudded louder, awakening the lingering whispers of a legend feared by all. The Dullahan, the Headless Horseman. In the dim light of flickering torches, villagers would huddle together, sharing tales that sent shivers down their spines. They spoke of a figure draped in dark, flowing garments, riding a magnificent black steed. The air grew heavy with dread as they described the Dullahan, whose head was not cradled upon a neck but instead held aloft in one skeletal hand, its eyes glowing like burning coals. It was said that the Dullahan was a harbinger of death, a chilling omen of the end for those who caught sight of this specter. The Dullahan roamed the countryside on moonlit nights, seeking out the souls who had not yet met their fate. As it galloped through the darkness, the wind howled like a banshee, warning the unwary to stay indoors. But curiosity has a way of drawing people in, and from the safety of their homes, they would peer through the cracks of their doors, hearts pounding as the figure approached. The aura of inevitable doom surrounded this ghostly rider, whose very presence sent the bravest of hearts into a frenzy of fear. One fateful night, a curious young lad named Liam ventured beyond the safety of his village. Drawn by the tales of the Dullahan, he couldn't resist the thrill of the unknown. The moon hung low, shrouded by wisps of clouds as he crept along the winding path. Each step echoed like a drumbeat in his ears, drowning out the soft rustling of leaves that whispered warnings of danger. A sudden chill brushed against his skin, and he knew he wasn't alone. The distant sound of hooves grew louder, a relentless rhythm that quickened his heartbeat. A flash of dark movement caught his eye, and in that moment, the world around him dimmed. Emerging from the shadows, the Dullahan appeared, its steed as black as the darkest abyss. The air crackled with an unexplainable energy, and Liam's breath hitched in his throat. The headless figure loomed before him, a sight so terrifying that reality itself seemed to warp. In one hand, the Dullahan held its own head, its expression frozen in a grimace that sent waves of dread crashing over Liam. The rider's cloak billowed in an unseen wind, revealing a skeletal frame that spoke of ages past. Each hollow movement was deliberate, each breath of the night thick with a sense of finality. The Dullahan's voice, a chilling whisper that seemed to echo from the depths of the grave, broke through the silence. "Your time is near," it proclaimed, its tone carrying the weight of unfulfilled destinies. Liam's heart raced as he gazed into the glowing eyes of the severed head, feeling the icy fingers of fate gripping him tightly. He had heard tales of those chosen by the Dullahan, how their lives would flicker like candles in the wind, snuffed out without warning. Desperation surged within him, and he turned to flee, but the Dullahan was not without its own cunning. With a swift motion, the creature raised its hand, and the haunting wail of 1,000 lost souls echoed in the night. Liam stumbled, falling to the ground as the world around him spun. He could feel the weight of death pressing upon him, and in that moment he understood. The Dullahan was not merely a figure of fright, but rather a relentless force, a keeper of the souls that teetered on the brink of oblivion. As he lay there, the moonlight painted a grim picture of his fate. The Dullahan circled him, a predator reveling in the fear of its prey. Liam could hear the whispers of the villagers in his mind, their warnings merging with the sharp breaths of the wind. He thought of his family, of laughter shared and dreams yet to be fulfilled. Would the hand of fate be so cruel as to take him now, in the midst of his youth? With every heartbeat the air grew heavier, and just as despair threatened to consume him, a glimmer of hope ignited deep within. The Dullahan, though fearsome, was bound by rules older than time itself. It did not claim souls indiscriminately, it sought those marked by a grim destiny. Clenching his fists, Liam forced himself to stand, facing the specter with a newfound resolve. "You shall not take me," he shouted, his voice echoing through the darkness. The Dullahan paused, momentarily taken aback by the boy's defiance. In that fleeting moment, the tension in the air shifted, and Liam felt the weight of centuries of stories breathing down his neck. He knew he was not just fighting for his own life, but for the countless souls lost to the whispers of the Dullahan. The figure's eyes blazed brighter, and the laughter of the dead rang in Liam's ears. He could feel its power, but instead of fear, he felt clarity. He understood the Dullahan's role, not merely a bringer of death but also a reminder of life's fragile beauty. The path to destiny was not just darkness, it was illuminated by the choices made along the way. In an act of bravery that might have echoed through the annals of time, Liam stepped forward, challenging the Dullahan with his spirit. The two stood locked in a battle of wills, the boy's heart beating like a drum against the silence of the night, the creature's presence both terrifying and strangely majestic. And just as the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, a shift rippled through the air. As if the world itself were holding its breath, the Dullahan hesitated, the glow in its eyes dimming for an instant, revealing a flicker of something unexpected. Perhaps respect, perhaps recognition. In that moment, Liam realized that the Dullahan was not merely the end, it was also a reminder to embrace every fleeting moment of life. The night shifted into shades of gray, the Dullahan's figure starting to dissolve into the mist that clung to the ground. But the boy stood firm, heart racing, knowing he had danced with destiny and emerged unscathed, at least for now. As the first beams of sunlight broke through the darkness, the chilling clatter of hooves faded into a whisper of wind. Yet, even with the dawn, the air still felt laden with mystery, and the stories of the Dullahan would continue to haunt the edges of the village, lingering like shadows waiting to be told. The legend of the Headless Horseman would not simply vanish with the sunrise. It would weave itself into the fabric of the lives of those who dared to listen. Liam, now a part of that tale, understood that he held a piece of the Dullahan within him, an eternal reminder that life, with all its fragility, was worth every heartbeat. And, as the villagers awoke to the new day, they would unknowingly step into a world where the echoes of old legends danced just out of sight, waiting for the next soul brave enough to confront the night. The moon hung low and heavy in the night sky, casting a silvery glow over the quiet Japanese countryside. Shadows danced eerily in the flickering lantern light, whispering secrets of the past. Beneath this tranquil facade, something ancient and restless stirred, a legend that would send shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to listen. The Gashadokuro, towering skeletons born from the agony of war and unfulfilled lives, loomed just beyond the edge of the village. For centuries, tales of these colossal beings haunted the people of Japan. They spoke of a time when the land was drenched in the blood of countless battles, when lost souls roamed the fields in search of peace. The Gashadokuro were said to be the physical manifestation of these tormented spirits, souls who had suffered so deeply that they rose not as ghosts, but as towering skeletons, standing over 15 feet tall, their bones clattering ominously in the night air. Each Gashadokuro was formed from the bones of the dead, a grotesque amalgamation of the vanquished, those who had perished with unfulfilled dreams. Their cries for justice echoing through time. In the stillness of the night, one could almost hear the rattle of their skeletal frames as they wandered through fields where blood once soaked the earth, their hollow eye sockets glowing with a ghostly light. The villagers cautioned one another, warning that should you hear the sound of bones clinking together, it was too late. The Gashadokuro had found you. Taro, a young boy with a heart full of curiosity and a mind unclouded by fear, often listened to the older villagers recounting the tragic history of these giants. He would sit at the feet of his grandfather, wide-eyed, as the old man recounted how the Gashadokuro would rise at midnight, their skeletal fingers grasping at the air as if searching for something long lost. Taro could almost feel the chill of their presence, and yet his heart raced with excitement rather than dread. The stories were his lifeblood, filling his dreams with images of these magnificent, terrifying creatures. One fateful evening, emboldened by tales and driven by an insatiable desire for adventure, Taro decided to unravel the mystery of the Gashadokuro for himself. Under the cover of night, he slipped away from the warmth of his home, guided only by the soft glow of the moonlight. The air was thick with anticipation and an undercurrent of fear, but Taro was undeterred. He ventured into the fields, the very ground that had witnessed the sorrows of countless warriors. With each step, he felt himself drawn deeper into the legend. The night was alive with the sounds of nature, but a subtle shift in the air signaled something more. Taro paused, straining his ears. Then it came, a distant sound, like the soft clinking of bones. His heart thundered in his chest, and he could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Was it real, or just a trick of his imagination? The stories of old began to surge through his thoughts, igniting both fear and exhilaration within him. As he approached a clearing, his breath caught in his throat. There, illuminated by the pale moonlight, stood a Gashadokuro. It towered above him, its skeletal form a haunting silhouette against the night sky. The sheer size of it was overwhelming, and Taro's heart raced as he took in the sight. Beneath the surface of its bones lay the weight of history, the sorrows of fallen warriors, and the unfulfilled desires of countless lives. The Gashadokuro's empty eye sockets seemed to bore into Taro's very soul. It swayed gently, the sound of its bones echoing like a lament across the night. Taro felt a strange pull toward the giant, an inexplicable urge to understand the pain and anguish that had formed it. The air around him felt charged, heavy with unspoken words. In that moment, Taro understood the burden of the Gashadokuro. It was not merely a monster of nightmares, but a symbol of the grief that lingered in the hearts of the living. These giants were reminders of the cost of war, of the lives lost and the sorrow left behind. As the moonlight flickered, the Gashadokuro seemed to shimmer, a reminder that the past was never truly gone. It walked beside them, always present. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the clearing, and the Gashadokuro turned its gaze toward Taro. He felt its despair wash over him like an icy wave, a torrent of sadness that threatened to engulf him. It was as if the giant was reaching out, begging him to remember, to honor those lives lost in the turmoil of history. Taro's heart swelled with compassion as he stood before the towering figure, an echo of the pain of the past reverberating through his very being. With a shuddering breath, Taro took a step forward, as if breaking a barrier that had long separated the living from the dead. The Gashadokuro loomed over him, the sound of its bones creaking like an old door about to swing open, revealing the stories locked within. Taro felt a connection unlike anything he had ever known. He was no longer just a boy seeking adventure. He was a bridge between the past and the present, a keeper of forgotten stories. The wind howled, swirling around him, and for a fleeting moment, Taro thought he saw a flicker of gratitude in those hollow eyes. The connection deepened, and he whispered promises to the giant. Promises to remember, to share the history and honor the lives that had built the weight of its bones. But the night was not without its dangers. As Taro stood entranced, an ominous shadow stirred at the edge of the clearing. The darkness thickened, and the faint sound of footsteps echoed ominously through the trees. Taro's heart sank as he realized he was not alone. the stories warned of more than just the Gashadokuro. Other spirits roamed the night, drawn to the living with their own unfinished business. In that moment, the air crackled with tension as Taro faced the unknown. The fragile connection with the Gashadokuro remained, a tether that anchored him in this surreal experience. He could feel the weight of history pressing down upon him, urging him to rise to the occasion, to face the fears that loomed like shadows around him. The story of the Gashadokuro was far from over. It intertwined with the fate of those who dared to listen, pulling them into a world where past and present collided in an electrifying, haunting embrace. In the shadowy recesses of ancient Japanese forests, the wind carries whispers of winged figures flitting between the trees, their presence both thrilling and terrifying. Tengu, the enigmatic birdmen of Japanese mythology, are not mere figments of imagination, but embodiments of nature's wild spirit. Their piercing eyes hold centuries of secrets, while their sharp talons grip the very essence of humanity's fears and aspirations. Legends tell of Tengu soaring high above the treetops, their wings outstretched like dark clouds against the vibrant sky. Feared by travelers and revered by monks, these creatures embody the duality of nature, both benevolent and malevolent. They are protectors of the mountains, believed to guide lost souls away from peril, yet they also delight in leading the unwary astray. With every flap of their wings, they stir the air, igniting a mixture of awe and dread in the hearts of those who dare to tread in their domains. Tengu were often depicted as fierce avian beings with human characteristics, a striking blend of man and bird that fascinated all who heard their tales. Some say they wore the robes of wandering ascetics, their beak-like noses jutting out from beneath their hoods, while others described them with sharp, elongated features that resembled the very talons of the creatures they imitated. In those stories, the line between reverence and fear blurs, creating an unsettling tension that beckons the listener to lean in closer, hungry for more. The origins of Tengu trace back to the ancient beliefs of the Yamabushi, ascetic monks who sought enlightenment through rigorous training in the mountains. It is said that these monks had a connection with the Tengu, often gaining wisdom and supernatural abilities from their feathered counterparts. The Tengu, in turn, found amusement in the monks' rituals, sometimes even testing their resolve. A sudden gust of wind, a rustling branch, or a shadow that danced just out of sight ignited the imagination of those who wandered the forest, hinting that the Tengu were always watching, their mischievous eyes glinting in the dim light. In the depths of the mountains, Tengu were said to possess incredible powers, manipulating the very forces of nature. Storm clouds would gather at their command, and the air would crackle with energy, as if the world itself trembled in anticipation of their flight. Their presence was both a blessing and a curse, blessing those who respected the land, yet punishing those who dared to exploit it. The legends thickened like fog, wrapping around the minds of those who heard them, leaving a lasting impression that lingered long after the stories had been told. The Tengu's role shifted over time, evolving from fearsome demons to protectors of the natural world. With their powerful wings and cunning intellect, they came to symbolize the spirit of the mountains, embodying the harmony between humans and nature. Yet, this harmony was fragile. Tales echoed of those who ventured into their territory driven by greed or ambition, only to confront the wrath of the Tengu. A sudden silence would fall, the rustling leaves stilling as the creature's shadow darkened the ground, a harbinger of chaos and transformation. Communities in Japan began to craft stories that illustrated the delicate balance of respect and fear. Tengu were portrayed as teachers and tricksters, guiding those who sought knowledge while punishing those who were arrogant or deceitful. Their lessons were steeped in emotion, a mix of joy and sorrow, growth and downfall. A young man who sought power would find himself clashing with a Tengu, only to be humbled and transformed through the encounter, emerging not just as a hero but as a more compassionate being. Throughout centuries, artists captured the essence of Tengu in their paintings, their wings unfurling against the backdrop of serene landscapes, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages past. Temples dedicated to these creatures emerged, where monks prayed for protection and guidance. Offerings left at the foot of ancient trees hinted at a deep-seated respect for these mythical beings, a recognition of their role as guardians of the earth. Yet, in the stillness of each night, the haunting calls of Tengu echoed through the valleys, a reminder that nature's spirit is ever present, always watching. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, tales of Tengu transformed into whispers of caution, passed down through generations. Parents would tell their children to respect the mountains, to tread lightly and listen closely, for you never knew when a Tengu might choose to reveal themselves. A rustling in the underbrush, a flicker of movement above. These signs ignited a spark of fear mixed with excitement. Were they alone, or were the Tengu observing from the trees, their sharp eyes gleaming with curiosity? And so, the myths continued to evolve, weaving through the fabric of Japanese culture, touching lives in unexpected ways. Festivals celebrated the bond between humans and Tengu, while stories warned against hubris, the age-old lesson echoing through the ages. The Tengu's laughter, both joyous and mocking, became a haunting melody, a reminder that while they could be allies, they were also formidable foes. Those who sought them out with respect were rewarded with wisdom, while those who approached with arrogance often found themselves at the mercy of nature's wild spirit. In this intricate dance of fear and reverence, the Tengu remained a powerful presence, a testament to the complexities of existence. As the sun set, the mountains whispered their secrets, and the shadows stirred with the promise of adventure. The legend of the Tengu lingered in the air, a powerful force urging the curious to venture further, to listen more closely, as the next chapter of the story awaited just beyond the horizon, shrouded in mystery and wonder. In the dense embrace of the ancient forest, shadows danced beneath the towering trees, whispering secrets of times long forgotten. The soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale wove together a melody that felt both haunting and alive. Here, in this wild sanctuary, a creature roamed, one that had the power to stir fear and wonder in equal measure, the Leshy, guardian of the woods. Legends spoke of the Leshy as a tall figure cloaked in green, his skin resembling the bark of the oldest oaks. His hair, a tangled mass of twigs and leaves, shifted with the breeze, and his eyes sparkled like dew-kissed ferns. He was not merely a spirit, he was the embodiment of the forest itself, a being intertwined with every root and every whisper of the wind. The Leshy could befriend a lost traveler or lead them astray, depending on his mood. He was a trickster, a protector, and a sentinel of the wild. On nights when the moon hung low and the stars blinked like watchful eyes, villagers would recount tales around flickering fires. They spoke of the Leshy's laughter echoing through the trees, a sound that could send shivers down the spine or invite an unwary soul deeper into the woods. "Beware," the elders would warn, their voices low and serious, "for if you wander too far or trespass upon his domain, the Leshy may lead you in circles until dawn's first light breaks. You may never find your way home." But what did the Leshy truly desire? Was it merely to protect his forest, to guard against those who would harm its delicate balance? Or did he long for companionship, for someone who would understand the language of the leaves and the rhythm of the seasons? Stories told of those who dared to seek him out, drawn by a mix of curiosity and courage. Some returned with tales of enchanting encounters, while others vanished, their fates swallowed by the shadows of the trees. One such story told of a young woman named Anya. With fiery red hair cascading like autumn leaves and a heart full of dreams, she felt the pull of the forest deeper than anyone else in her village. From a young age, she listened to the tales of the Leshy, her imagination igniting with visions of magical realms hidden beneath the canopy. Unlike others who trembled at the thought of the Leshy, Anya felt a fierce determination to find him, to understand the spirit of the woods that cradled her home. One fateful twilight, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Anya set forth into the forest. Each step was filled with trepidation and wonder, the air thick with the scent of pine and the promise of magic. She followed an old path, overgrown and nearly forgotten, feeling as if the forest itself guided her. As she ventured deeper, the vibrant colors of the world around her faded into shades of twilight, the familiar sounds replaced by a chorus of rustling leaves and the occasional snap of a twig. Her heart raced as she stumbled upon a small clearing, illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon. In the center stood a gnarled oak, its branches twisting like ancient fingers, inviting yet intimidating. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes made her pulse quicken. The air crackled with an energy that sent goosebumps racing across her skin. From the shadows emerged a figure, tall and imposing, his presence both reassuring and frightening. The Leshy stood before her, his eyes glinting with curiosity and mischief. Anya's breath caught in her throat as she met his gaze. There was a wildness about him, a connection to the forest that made her feel both small and significant. "Why have you come, little wanderer?" he asked, his voice like the rustling of leaves in the wind. "I wanted to meet you," Anya replied, her voice trembling yet brave. "I wanted to understand the forest and its magic." The Leshy tilted his head, an expression of amusement dancing on his face. "Many seek me, yet few truly wish to understand. What will you offer in return for this knowledge?" Anya considered his words carefully. She felt the weight of the forest around her, the breath of the trees, and the heart of the earth beneath her feet. "I will listen," she vowed, "not just with my ears, but with my heart and soul." A flicker of surprise crossed the Leshy's face, and then he smiled. It was a grin filled with the warmth of sunlit glades and the mystery of shadowy undergrowth. "Then let us walk together," he said, extending his hand. As they traversed the forest, the Leshy shared the stories of the trees, the songs of the streams, and the secrets of the animals that made their homes in the foliage. Anya listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging she had never felt before. With each tale, the Leshy became less a creature of folklore and more a friend, a guardian of this vibrant world that bristled with life. But as the hours slipped by, the shadows of the trees grew longer, and Anya felt the tug of the outside world pulling at her. The comfort of their connection was marred by the knowledge that dawn would soon break, and she would have to return to her village. A pang of sadness threatened to overcome her. The Leshy noticed her distress, his eyes shimmering with understanding. "Every path has its end, yet some traces linger," he said gently, a hint of sorrow in his voice. "Remember, Anya, the forest is alive not just with trees and creatures, but with stories, love, and the echoes of all who walk upon its soil. You carry it within you." Just as a chill crept into the air, a sudden rustling sounded nearby. The Leshy's gaze sharpened, his stance shifting. "It seems we are not alone," he muttered, the playful glint in his eyes replaced by a wary seriousness. From the shadows emerged a band of hunters, their eyes gleaming with greed. They sought the riches of the forest, the rare game that could fill their bellies and the woods that could provide their fortune. Anya's heart raced in fear. She had heard tales of such men, ruthless in their pursuit of wealth, with no regard for the spirits that dwelled within the trees. The Leshy's expression hardened. "You must go, Anya. You cannot stay here," he urged, urgency threading through his voice. But as she turned to flee, she couldn't shake the feeling of dread. The hunters advanced, their laughter mocking the very essence of the woods, and the Leshy stood firm, a figure of defiance against their encroachment. Anya felt a rush of conflicting emotions, fear for her safety, fear for the Leshy, and a fierce anger at the hunters who dared to disrupt this sacred space. With a sudden roar, the Leshy called upon the forest itself. Trees began to sway as if responding to his command, branches snapping and rustling in a furious wind that whipped around the clearing. The hunters faltered, their bravado wavering as the ground trembled beneath them. Anya glanced back just in time to see the Leshy transform, becoming a whirlwind of leaves and shadows, a fierce guardian of the woods. The hunters stumbled, eyes wide with terror, unsure of what dark magic they had stirred. She could feel the energy pulsing through the air, a wave of raw power that had the potential to change everything. In that moment, Anya realized that she had not just come to seek the Leshy. She had become part of his story, and the forest's fate now intertwined with her own. As the chaos erupted around them, she took a deep breath, standing tall. The path before her twisted like the branches above, and with it came the understanding that every choice held the weight of consequence. In the stillness of the night, a haunting howl pierced the air, sending shivers down the spines of villagers tucked away in their humble homes. They knew that sound all too well. It was the cry of the beast, a creature so fearsome and enigmatic that it had transformed the lush landscapes of Gévaudan into a living nightmare. Shadows danced in flickering candlelight as people huddled together, sharing whispers of dread and desperation. Children peered from behind their mothers, eyes wide with terror, while men sharpened their weapons, hearts pounding with a mix of courage and fear. The beast was no mere animal. It was a specter that haunted their very existence. It had claimed over 100 victims, leaving behind trails of blood and broken bodies. Those who encountered it spoke of a creature unlike anything seen before. Massive, with fur as dark as the night and teeth that glistened like knives in the moonlight. Some said it walked on 2 legs, while others swore it was a monstrous wolf, larger than any beast of the forest. Stories swirled through the towns like a chilling wind, growing more elaborate with each retelling, each whispered fear feeding into the collective anxiety that gripped the region. In the village square, the air was thick with tension. Men gathered, their faces drawn tight, discussing the latest attack. Just days ago, a young shepherd had been found, his body torn apart, his flock scattered and terrified. "It must be stopped," one man shouted, his voice unsteady but fierce. "We cannot let this fiend continue to take our loved ones." The crowd murmured in agreement, but behind their determination lay a palpable fear. What if they too were next? Amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope arrived in the form of a hunter named Jean Chastel. Known for his skill and bravery, he had heard the tales and felt the weight of the villagers' despair. With a heart full of resolve, he set out to confront the beast. Clutching his rifle, he ventured into the dense woods where shadows grew long and whispers of the unknown lingered. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers, creating an oppressive canopy that cloaked him in darkness. As John moved deeper into the forest, the silence was deafening. Each step felt like an echo, reverberating through the stillness. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the quiet, sending a jolt of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He paused, heart racing, straining to listen. The beast was near. With bated breath, he tightened his grip on his weapon, eyes scanning the surrounding foliage, searching for any sign of the creature. Then, in a flash of movement, it appeared, a massive shape darting between the trees. Jean's heart thundered in his chest, a primal instinct taking hold. He raised his rifle, finger poised on the trigger, but the beast was faster. It lunged from the shadows, fangs bared, eyes glowing with a fierce intelligence that sent a chill down his spine. Jean fired, but the creature evaded him with an agility that left him breathless. The beast was not just a mindless predator, it was a terrifying puzzle wrapped in fur and malice. Jean's thoughts raced as he dodged its powerful strikes, realizing that it was not only strength he faced, but also something darker, an ancient force that seemed to thrive on fear. He remembered the stories. The locals referred to it as a demon. a creature born of the very earth that had grown tired of humanity's encroachment. Word of Jean's encounter spread quickly, igniting both dread and a flicker of hope among the villagers. They yearned for a hero, someone who could end the reign of terror that had gripped their lives. But with each passing day, the beast became bolder. It struck at night, dragging unsuspecting villagers from their beds, leaving behind only echoes of screams and a lingering scent of death. As the moon waxed full, illuminating the haunted landscape, a sense of urgency grew stronger. Joan, along with a group of brave souls, planned a hunt. They gathered weapons, torches, and a fierce resolve that pulsed through the air like electricity. The night of the hunt arrived, and as they stood on the precipice of the forest, an eerie quiet fell over them, thick with anticipation and fear. "Stay close," Jean warned, his voice steady but low, each word laced with unspoken terror. They moved as one, hearts pounding in rhythm with the forest's dark pulse. The trees closed in around them, shadows stretching and twisting, whispering secrets of what lay ahead. Suddenly, a howl cut through the tension, a spine-chilling call that echoed off the hillsides. It was the beast. Close. Too close. The group froze, terror coursing through their veins, but Jean pressed on, leading them deeper into the darkness. With each step, they felt the weight of the night pressing down, the air growing thick with an unshakable sense of impending doom. Then, in the flickering light of their torches, they saw it. A flash of movement, a dark shadow gliding between the trees. The beast was watching them, eyes glinting with a fierce hunger. The hunters felt their breaths catch in their throats, fear crashing over them like a wave. This was no ordinary hunt. This was a battle against something primal, something that thrived on fear and despair. In that moment, the line between hunter and hunted blurred, and each man felt the chill of impending doom settle into his bones. They had come to slay a monster, but they were about to confront the darkness that lay within themselves. The beast was not just a physical threat, it was a reflection of their deepest fears, and as they stood there in the heart of the Gévaudan wilderness, they understood that to conquer the creature they first had to confront the shadows that lurked in their own souls.